Well, all right. Tuesday, April 23, just about to be 7 a.m. Got my first trade of the day in at the New York Open. All right, so just getting started here. So as we can see, this is the 1 minute chart that I'm looking at here, and I did take the trade at the New York Open, and I'll talk about this in just a minute here. All right, so I'm going to talk about this trade in just a minute. It was an interesting one. But yeah, I'll be right back, and then I'm going to talk about this trade, and then I'll get into trading the normal system. Just a minute or two. All right, well, I'm back. Let's see what we got going on here. Let me just do one thing real quick, and then I'll talk about this New York Open trade that I took. I already saw that. Alpine got entered on the short. I don't know if you can see this, but the marker for my entry is literally the last top tick on the first bar of the session. And I'll just say, when I got top ticked, it went against me. It definitely felt like an oh no situation. I am doing this trade with my full accounts that are being traded at risk. So I did have one PA at risk, PA6, which is only a $1,500 drawdown. And so when it started going against me, I don't know, I glanced at the P&L while I was in the trade. I think I was like, I don't know, I think at the worst point down here, I was almost $1,000 in drawdown. And so I was thinking, okay, well, if it goes much further, it's gonna take out my $2,500 PA account. As I was looking at the price action, though, I really didn't believe that I was gonna lose that trade for some reason. And in my back testing, I've seen a ton of times where both sides work. And this has been such a strong up day, but really the thing that I was looking at on this chart that gave me some level of confidence or conviction that I should be okay was I was thinking about the measured move. And so I didn't mind that I got put into the long trade because I actually liked the long because of the measured move. Obviously, I didn't like it as much when I got put into the trade on the top tick and then a really forceful bear bar. But what I was waiting for, and it played out exactly like I was hoping, was I looked to the left and just saw what the next levels were. And there was a pretty clear level here. So when I saw this kind of end here, I didn't draw this at the time. I just had this in my head. So whether it was there or here, I knew this was kind of like my first support level. And I knew that there was a measured move. Even though I didn't have it on the screen when I was taking the trade. So basically, when I saw this next bar begin to bounce, I decided that was going to be a good level somewhere high enough that I know that the bounce is a real bounce off of this support level. And so really, it's like a perfect bounce right off this support level here. And so when it started bouncing pretty strongly up, I added one contract, and then I took a scalp off here, and then it went on and went to work for my trade on the other side in this one same bar. So it was a little bit of a scare, but I had a good game plan. I think my ad was a really good ad, and because of that, I actually made extra today. So let's just see here. So yeah, so I made extra today, but I didn't make extra on the PA account, and I didn't realize it. It's the first time I've had to do an ad with my Apex accounts, and so I use the Replicanto copier, and because I'm entering 2 contracts on my leader account and the other evaluations, the ratio on my Replicanto is 1 for those 50K accounts. Interesting. This got 34. Oh, yeah, 34. I traded with 2 contracts. Okay. just confusing myself there. So those were all, each of the evaluations were traded with 2 contracts. So the ratio was 1 on the copier, but on the PA account, I only wanted to trade it with 1 contract because I'm just playing it a little safer with that in case I have to add. But the thing I didn't realize is because I'm doing it with 1 contract, the ratio is on 0.5. So then when I went and added a contract, because it's 0.5, it didn't add a contract on the PA account, which I hadn't really thought of before. So I'm kind of glad that this happened the way it happened, just so that, what am I trying to say? I'm kind of happy it happened the way it happened, so that I know for next time after I enter the trade, if I'm going to add a contract, I need to go into my replicanto and change it from 0.5 to 1 on the ratio, so that it actually adds a contract on that account as well, if I'm ever in that situation again. So regardless, the trade worked out. And in all of my back testing, I've seen this happen so many times where both sides actually do work. So, it was kind of unfortunate that I got top ticked, because obviously the short would have worked immediately. But the other reason why I put my entry where I put it, I don't want to talk too extensively about this, but what did I do? I don't want to talk too extensively about it, but I also wanted to make sure that my long order was low enough that if I got entered into the trade, that I definitely had room to the previous day's high, which is this yellow line. Now, you can see where I was out of the trade is right here. So from where my entry was, there was plenty of room. I actually could have been a little bit higher and still had plenty of room to that. But when I was just eyeballing it, I was just thinking, okay, I definitely want to be in and out of the trade before it gets to the previous day high, just in case. And so I moved it down like a touch lower than I originally had it. And, that led to me getting top ticked. So yeah, that could have been pretty fatal, because that was a new high of the day. And this thing, for anyone's guess, could have just kept going down the other direction after having a new high of the day. So I definitely feel fortunate and lucky to come out of it with a win in that situation. But yeah, it is what it is. If I happen to get a loss there, then it would have been my first loss taking the trade. But as you'll have it, if you went short or long today, you win on both sides. Doesn't matter which one you did. And unless you got top ticked like me and you were going in for a lot of contracts, right? If you're on a 25K and you were going in for 2 or 3 contracts, you easily could have gotten liquidated down here. And on a 50K, if you were doing like 5 or more contracts, you maybe easily could have got liquidated down here as well. So, the key for me being I'm trading 2 or 1 contract right now on my accounts, plenty of room to go in the drawdown and work my way out of it. So, all right, I think that says enough about that. And I'll move on to trading my normal system now. And let me see, I'm just going to black out my screen here for a second so I could just change accounts without showing my full name on the stream. All right. So yeah, and I was actually, Alpine Trader decided to start live streaming while taking the open trade, even though he's not showing it on his chart. And so I could hear him in my ear because I have my headphone on. And so I could hear that he was entered into the short, not the long. And so it's not the first time I've been in the opposite trade from Alpine. And yesterday I was in the opposite trade from him and I won, and he lost on some and won on some. And today, we're in opposite, we both won. And there's been other days where I've been in a different place than him, or much higher, much lower, or opposite, and both still won as well. So it just goes to show that it doesn't really matter who's trading the system. Everyone trades it different. Everyone's entries are different. I don't think it's really a big deal personally, I don't think it's a big deal if a lot of people are trading this, because no one's doing it exactly the same. And for as many people as are going to win, there's going to be just as many people that are going to lose, because they're going to be slightly different, just enough to get top ticked or whatever the case is. And depending on how many contracts they're in, they might blow up their account where someone else doesn't blow up the account. So it's not just black and white. So I just, there's been a lot of talk about whether prop firms will change their rules if everyone's doing this and all this other stuff. And I personally don't think it's going to be an issue. There's just so many ways that everyone's doing a different thing, even though we're all trying to do the same thing. It's not a black and white entry system. And then people decide to go for different ticks. I saw one guy streams this now. I guess he's been streaming it for a while, but I just became aware of him. And he's going for 15 ticks, and he's doing like 5 contracts, So, the thing that people might not think about is the more contracts you have, the more risk you're putting on, and the faster you go in the drawdown. It doesn't matter if you're going for less ticks. If it goes for 14 ticks and you're going for 15 and then it draws down against you, 5 contracts, you don't have a whole lot of room before you're liquidated, unless you're using a stop. And that's another thing. Some people are going to be using a stop, some people aren't. So I just think that there's too many variables, too many different things that different people can be doing. Some people use runners, some people don't use runners, some people go for 15 ticks. I go for 22 ticks. That's what Alpine Trader goes for, basically. I've seen people that are going for 40 or 50 ticks. It's like, all of those different variables can be the deciding factor of whether someone wins or loses the trade, whether they blow up, whether they pass, whether they get a payout. I mean, it's just, there's so many different things about it. So I'm not really one to be too concerned about it. And by the way, I mean, the opening trade range trade has been a thing for a really long time. So Alpine, is while I found out about it through him, there's a lot of other YouTubers out there that have been talking about a similar version of a trade, and they've been trading it for a long time, and they've been showing it and talking about it and teaching it on YouTube, and it's just out there. It's been out there. It's just that Alpine is the new flavor for it, just because he's shown, getting $200,000 in payouts from Apex, So he's, it's a hot topic right now. And anyway, that's my take on it. So for me, I'm 10-0 with the trade on my Apex accounts. All right. And this is just, showing that, people are, I've mentioned it to a few people that have back tested it on playback on Ninja. And, some people say, oh, well, it's not accurate data, and it's not, it doesn't run smooth, or it's this or it's that. I mean, look, my results on Apex are exactly the same as my results on playback. I don't know what to say. I've done over 100 days of trades on playback, and then plus now the 10 trades of taking on the Apex accounts live in the market in the mornings. The results are the same. The playback and my live results on my Apex accounts are matching. This trade is like, if you're doing it well, or even halfway well, I mean, decently, I got top ticked into the trade and I still won, and I added a contract and made extra. So, there's a lot of forgiveness, because that's the whole key of the open, is there's a lot of volatility, and the thing moves. Even on low volatility days, you get a burst of volatility in the first few minutes of the market. And I was in that trade for long enough that if I was trading it on one of those prop firms that says you have to be in a trade for X amount of seconds, well, it would have been long enough on that one. So but you just don't know how long it's going to be. That's besides the point. But anyway, I guess the overall point is just like, the trade works. I like the trade. The trade works. I'm going to keep using it. I know Alpine is freaking out that everyone's talking about it and sharing it and doing it and putting on YouTube and all these things. I'm still, you know, really just out of respect to Alpine, since I learned it through him. I don't personally know him. He never taught me how to do the trade. I just, you know, I've been watching him for months and months and months, and I finally decided to just give it a try. I thought I kind of understood what he's doing, and I started doing it, and it works. You know, it doesn't actually take a genius to figure it out. It's really a very easy trade. There's not a whole lot of rules, and it's a straddle. If for anyone that knows options, it's a straddle play. You're going to get in top or bottom, whichever one works first, and that's the trade you're in. It's a straddle. It's a straddle being applied to futures and at a very specific time, and that's all it is. So I appreciate Alpine for being for putting his journey out there, because it has transformed the way I'm looking at the accounts. It's transformed everything I'm doing in as far as prop account trading, and so just for all those reasons, the reason that it was introduced to me was through him, and so he doesn't stream the trade, so I'm not streaming it. Now, he started streaming without showing his entry, and you know, and then you find out if he wins or loses in real time, I guess. I kind of like not streaming it. Like today, you know, it's only the 10th time I've taken it on my Apex accounts, and it went against me. You know? So I imagine if I even had 4 eyeballs watching me and commenting, you know, that would add to the pressure of the moment. But it's not the first time I've had to work out of a trade. I actually didn't even need to work out of it this time. I mean, it literally went against me, and then the very next bar went in my favor, and I got the win and got extra than the usual. I usually make 212, I think, and you know, I made 288. So an extra, you know, 70 whatever dollars for my trouble. But yeah, I added once. It's not the first time I added. The second time I ever took the trade on my Apex accounts, I had to add, I believe I added 5 contracts throughout the trade. It was like a 25-minute long trade. And that one as well, I got out for more than the original target amount. And man, this market just is flying. So what does it look like on the daily now? All right, so we've definitely got a bounce. And does it line up with anything? Approximately lines up with that. So I'll just leave that level there as point of interest. That's just the daily chart. All right, so I would like to get back to concentrating at this point on my usual system. So I haven't even been paying attention. And it looks like I've got 2 charts that have already gone bad. I'm looking. First entry short, second entry short. Engulfing. I don't think this went. Yeah, that didn't go. It didn't go low enough for my scalp. Same with this one. Those are both very similar charts. All right, so I guess the first thing I'm going to do is just see if this would have worked. All right. So it would have worked for an 11-tick scalp. So I'll just change this chart to trade for 11 ticks. All right, so this chart I'm leaving the same. This chart, I'm going to find a new chart. All right, and then I guess if I have nothing else to talk about in a moment, I'll get back to talking about that subject a little bit. Let's try this. Maybe a bigger tick chart. All right, so I'm back to having 4 charts to trade with here. I am going to trade PA7 next with just 1 contract. That's my current, we're standing account. I didn't update days traded here. Let's see. This is 14. This is 7. 36. So 36 is the only account where I'm only trading the open with. So that's the 10th day I traded with it. Inside of $800 of passing that account just with that New York Open trade. And this is 31 days. Okay. So again, yeah, it looks like we've gone beyond the measured move at this point. Yep. All right, so, I don't know if anyone that's watching my stream has any comments or thoughts about the open trade and kind of like the self-proclaimed I mean, it really is. It's a little bit of a self-proclaimed controversy by Alpine. He's the one that started showing it and talking about it. He's using it. He's making money off of it. But he's the one that's been streaming and showing how successful he's been with the trade. And then he's also the one that's, and really the only one that's ever talking about being concerned about Apex banning it or any other prop firms banning it. And, it's almost like one of those things. It's like he's going to make it a self-fulfilling prophecy in a way, because now instead of just talking about the trade, he, like, every time he talks about the trade, he talks about it being banned, and like, if you don't want it to be banned, why are you putting that out there? Like, why just continue to talk about it in contrast to getting banned? You're almost telling them that you think they should ban it. So I don't really understand why he continues to go on and on and on about that. I mean, again, I'm in Alpine's camp. Like, I'm not against him, and I'm not interested in creating another controversy with him. He's got enough going on with other streamers, and look, I'm a nobody. I've got a few followers, and really, I'm just doing my own thing and just recording my trades, just because I'm just trying to figure out how to become a profitable trader, and I'm just documenting that. But my honest opinion is, like, the more he talks about how Apex should ban it because it's too good. Like maybe they actually will, as opposed to just like take the trade, show your followers who cares, and don't make it a thing anymore. That's my take on it. So I don't know if anyone has any opinions on that that you want to comment on, but that's where I'm coming from. I just think it's like overblown at this point. Like, yeah, he's got a big following. I think it's like getting away from him a little bit. I don't think he realized, even 5 months ago, I'm sure he didn't. Even 5 months ago when he was finishing out 2023 with some nice payouts, his first huge mega payout was in January. So I don't even think when he got that first big payout in January that he realized his channel was going to blow up the way it has. I mean, I remember when I first subbed to his channel, he had like 4,000 subscribers, which was a lot. I think compared to me anyway, 4,000 is huge, right? But he had about 4,000, if I remember correctly, when I subscribed to him at first. And then I remember when he crossed 10,000, that was like a big deal. And then he went from 10,000 to 17,000, like in a much shorter time than I've been a subscriber to him. So, from when he went from 4,000 to 17,000 and picked up 13,000 subscribers in the time that I've been following him, I mean, he's picked up 7,000 in like, what has it been? Just a couple months, So, when you think about that, I think he never really considered when he first started talking about the trade that his channel was going to get so big, that he was going to make so much in profit. Like I remember he kind of thought like, wow, this is like, will I ever even be able to get this kind of large payout again? It was so large, and so I think he was talking about it and people were becoming aware of it. I certainly was. I was aware of him doing that trade going all the way back to like, I don't know, it must have been July or August that I knew he was, working on that kind of a trade. And then it became pretty clear by, towards the end of the year that he was really starting to lock it in. And then obviously this year it's been completely obvious that he's just been killing it with that trade. So I don't really blame him. It's just kind of like progressed in a way and gotten so big. His channel's gotten so big and he's gotten so much more influence. I don't think he realizes the amount of influence he has at this point. And now he's trying to put the Pandora back in the box, right? And this market's just running away, so I'm not taking any counter trend trades, or I'm not looking to go short anywhere up here or anything like that. So I'm just chilling right now, just watching this thing go up and being patient, because these are the kind of markets where my system can definitely fail me. Anyway, so yeah, I just don't think Alpine realized how influential he was going to become, how big of a deal people were going to make of this trade at the open. And I mean, really, it's a 20 tick trade. It's not a big deal. It's the only big deal about it is the fact that it's being traded on prop firms, and prop firms can make whatever rules they want to make. There's nothing that stops any prop firm from making virtually any rule that they want. And the only thing that stops them from making a rule is whether they lose all of their clientele because nobody wants to trade with them if they make a rule that they don't like. And we saw that with Apex, by the way, when they tried to institute that, mandatory, what they call it, the mandatory cushion, or whatever. I forget the term that they used. Safety net. Yeah. They tried to make a new rule that you had to have a mandatory safety net before you could withdraw from your prop firm account, from the Apex account. And there was a huge uproar immediately the second they announced it, and they took it back immediately. Like within days, that was like no longer going to be a rule. They never have talked about doing that again. And so, the traders have the power, because if they make a rule that enough people are pissed off about, then they'll stop using that prop firm. And that's the power we all have as traders. And we've already seen that work with Apex once. So, I think if so many people were now using this trade, and then they made that rule, I think they would have the same situation on their hands, and they'd have to decide how they want to deal with it. So I just really wish Alpine Trader would just stop putting the word ban and his opening trade in the same sentence, and just stop talking about a ban. Just stop putting it out there. Do what he's doing. Take his trades. I don't care if he streams it or doesn't stream it. It doesn't even matter. He showed enough this whole time that you could figure out what he was doing without seeing what he was doing. Right? And nobody does it exactly the same. There's this other guy out there. He's doing it. He used to be friends with Alpine, apparently. Alpine, I guess, showed him how to do it. He does it different than Alpine. There's this, we've had him right here. 100 Lot has been here in the stream chatting before. He's working on a bot, and he's starting to take the trade, and he doesn't do it exactly like Alpine does it. He doesn't do it exactly like I do it. I don't do it exactly like anyone else does it. We're all gonna do it slightly different, because there's no it's not like a max pat system where you have a precise entry above a candle by one tick, and that's the entry. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work that way. So anyway, that's my spiel about it. I'm done. Spiel. I've never used that word before in my life, but there you go. All right. So what have I got here? All right. So this is technically a new low. Had a low and a new low. First entry, second entry, ticked under, didn't work. First loss of the chart. I got to throw this chart away. So throwing this chart away. All right. Yeah, I mean, this market's been a runaway train so far today. Again, here's the daily. Really strong push. I haven't seen any trades I would take so far with my BS system. I'll just say too, by the way, that girl that was, now making videos and showing how to do the open trade. I never had a problem with her doing what she was doing in terms of doing that. I personally just didn't like the fact that she was like leeching off of Alpine Trader's name in the title of her YouTube, so that if people search for Alpine, her videos are going to come up. I thought that was pretty lame for someone who has like 200 max views on any of her videos. She had like 200 or 300 subscribers before she started doing that, and then it's obviously just a clickbait play. People looking for Alpine. Oh, let me see what this girl's talking about, and then she gets 2,000 views on her videos. I just thought that was pretty lame. I mean, it's smart. If you're just in it to get views, then that's pretty smart. But it's like being a leech. But she took off. I saw her last video. She doesn't use his name in the video title anymore. And so I think that's more respectable, at least. And I just think it's funny that she's, putting out these videos now where she's like, trying to like teach people how to do the trade. But she admits herself that she doesn't know how Alpine does it, and she's just guessing. And then she has no track record of using the trade on any real accounts of any kind, whether prop firm evaluation, PA, or a live account, like nothing. Like she hasn't ever taken the trade on an actual account that means anything. And I mean, even to an evaluation, which, I kind of think evaluations don't really mean anything. I'm trading them, but I'm trading them to try to build up some PA accounts. but she hasn't even taken it on her evaluation, and yet she's trying to teach people. I think she's like, I don't even think she's back tested it. I mean, I don't even think she's gone through the trouble of doing what I did, which is to like do it over 100 days. I think she just figured it out and it was like, I want to get viewers. Let me put Alpine's name in this thing. I'm going to like, make it as if I'm, pulling the curtain on Oz and showing how he does it. And you can do it too. And she hasn't even shown that she can actually do it and win. I mean, in any kind of substantial way. So I just think it's funny. It's like the definition of a furu on YouTube, someone who can't be profitable trading on their own for real. And so they, act as if they're profitable and then get into the teaching space, find something that they can teach. Next thing we'll see, she's going to start charging for it. She always says that everything's free. She's not doing anything for money. I'll just wait. How long will it take before she's in it for the money? Right? I don't have any affiliates. I don't have, I'm not teaching a course. Right? Let's see if that stays true. I hope it does. But in the meantime, why are you teaching something that you haven't figured out how to be profitable with yourself on any real account? That's all I'm saying. I don't get it. I don't know why people do that. So anyway, for anyone that hasn't watched me before, I am just simply trying to document my trading journey on Apex Trader Funding. The only prop firm I use is Apex. They're the only ones I talk about, the only ones I use, the only ones I would ever think to promote at this point of my journey. And I only promote them because I trust them. I like them. I think their rules make sense. And I feel like they don't do this game where they like change the rules on you to keep you from getting a payout. I think it's all stated up front and it's really easy to just follow the rules. And if you do, you get your payout. I certainly know that if I qualify for a payout on any of my accounts, there's no way I'm going to get denied. If I get denied, I'll show it right here, but I can't imagine because there's not a single rule that could possibly apply to me that they have. Anyway, the other thing I do is I trade on multiple size tick charts. And what I do every day is I look for tick charts where basically I'm looking for second entries on the tick charts and looking for charts where every second entry works for my profit target. And if I find charts where every single one is working, then those are the charts I trade off of. And I trade those charts until they get an entry that don't work anymore. And then I'll either look for more charts or look for less profit. And at the point of whether I either don't have any other charts to trade for my system left because they all picked up a second entry that didn't work, or if it gets to about 9 to 9:30 West Coast time, Pacific Standard Time, then I will end my session. And that's in a nutshell what I'm doing. I'm now also obviously doing the New York Open trade. That's a new thing for me just in the last 2 weeks. And yeah, I'm not here to try to teach anyone how to trade. I'm just trying to figure out how to do it for myself. So I'm not trying to teach what I'm doing. I'm not trying to teach the open trade. I'm not trying to tell anyone how to trade. I've been trading futures for 3 years. I was on ES for 3 years, and then I switched at the beginning of 2024 to NQ, and I'm not a profitable trader. And it's like I'm in Alcoholics Anonymous right now, but I'm just gonna say I'm not a profitable trader. I've never gotten a payout. I've blown up my live trading account when I used to trade on ES, and I had a $2,000 account. I blew it up. And I'm still working on hoping to get my first payout on Apex. So been close more times than I can count more times than I can count on one hand for sure. It takes me two hands to count the number of times I've been within like a trade or two of a payout. But every time I've gotten close, I think it's honestly psychological issues that have held me back. I think all of the systems that I've traded with were basically good enough that I could have passed or qualified and gotten a payout. I mean, I passed evaluations from the get-go with every system I've traded with on ES or NQ. I have now passed multiple evaluations, and then I've been within a couple $100 or less multiple times of the payout, and then I just mess it up at the end. The pressure, the impact of the pressure of being so close and that needing that one more trade has just made me skip the good trades, and then I take a trade, and then of course I take the one that loses, and that's been true for no matter. I've traded 3 systems on YouTube since last September. Traded Max Pat system. That was true. Like in my first couple evaluations, I had a PA, and then it didn't take me long before I had 5 PAs just trading that. And or actually, I think I had maybe 4 PAs just trading that. And I think I got my 5th PA when I switched to my own system that I developed myself, because I got sick of Max Pat system for a lot of reasons. And so I was trading this other system that I started my YouTube channel for. And I think I gained a PA on that one as well as got really close to a payout multiple times there. And then now as well with the BS system that I'm currently trading. Past evaluations, gotten PAs, and have been so close to a payout multiple times and just come up short every time. So that's what my my YouTube is about. Is just I'm just a regular guy trying to figure out how to make some money trading futures on NQ, and figuring out what kinds of strategies and systems I can use that will make me profitable. And I think anyone that's been following me can see that I've made some adjustments along the way. And I'm also just trying to be as transparent as I can. So I show all my accounts at all times, all the balances, all the P&Ls. You've seen me have green days. You see me have red days. You see me blow up accounts. You see me blow up evaluations. You see me blow up PAs. And all the trades I take on the BS system, I do live on the stream. The only one I'm not streaming live is the open trade. And I don't know if Alpine Trader starts streaming that. He was talking about this morning that he's going to just start streaming that trade. If he starts streaming it, then there's no reason for me not to stream it. The only reason not to stream it would be the pressure of the moment. And I think the pressure of the moment is only greater on that trade because I'm trading 4 accounts at the same time right now. Whereas the rest of my trading, I'm only trading 1 account at a time. So, that's really the only difference, honestly. Just trying to keep an eye out here. There would be a first entry, second entry. It looks like 1 leg down. We're beyond the measured move. It's actually triggered already on this chart, and this chart just ended up taking a bad entry. So I'm going to throw that chart out. Let's see, it doesn't even look like it went enough for 11 ticks now. Went 4 ticks. So I won't be using that chart anymore. So I'm down to what, 2 charts? This one never triggered. I'll be taking this on PA7, and I will put this account at risk if this doesn't work, if it triggers. Doesn't look like it's going to trigger here. Maybe it will. I got what, 650 in drawdown on this account. So if it moves against me, I'm willing to blow up this account if it moves against me. But I don't have an objective reason to stay out of this trade at this point. So I will take this one. If it leaves me out of the trade, that's fine too. All right, so I'll wait and see what happens here. Another's calling for me. Okay, we got a big move up here. I'll let it enter me in if this is how I get triggered in. Seems like I'll get triggered in here. I would expect a retest of the high, honestly. All right, so I'm in the trade, and I'm out of the trade. Wait a second. I'm in the trade, I'm out of the trade, but oh man, I didn't change my leader account. Fuck. I didn't change my leader account on the copier. Let me talk to my daughter here real quick. 1 second. All right, so that sucked. So that should have been a winning trade on PA7. I completely forgot to change my leader account from when I took the open trade. And it's funny, I changed it in the chart trader, but I didn't change it in the Replicanto copier. So I'll just say took this trade, but messed up leader account and didn't So I'm not going to count that. It's not on my Apex account, so it doesn't count in my stats. So I'm gonna go get my daughter real quick, and I'll be back. And yeah, that sucks. That should have been a winning trade for me, but I didn't get it on my account. All right, I'll be back in a couple minutes. All right, I'm back. Doesn't look like I have any viewers at the moment. So yeah, my daughter just was not having it this morning with anyone getting or going today except for me. So, all right, so this was a real bummer. I took this trade, but I had one of my Apex accounts from the opening trade as my leader, account 36. I forgot to change it back to a sim leader to be able to copy to PA7. So that was unfortunate. I mean, in fact, I'm just going to, what am I going to do? I'm just going to turn off my screen and just make the account in the chart trader be the account that I want to trade next, and just do it that way. So it's really, I use the Replicanto and the sim leader as just ease of use while I'm streaming on YouTube, and that way I can change accounts without turning off the screen or anything, and then all of the number of contracts is already chosen. I don't know. It's kind of a pain to do it this way. I have to turn off the screen for YouTube so it doesn't show my full name. All right, so I'm just looking here. So there was a second entry here too. I wouldn't have taken this one because it would have been going directly into the EMA, but man, I liked this one. You know what? I'm going to go back. I wanted to try out, I downloaded the new Replicanto, and I wanted to see if it was working any better than the last version. So I'm going to go back, have the sim leader account, and do this the way I would normally do it, because I want to see if my fills are good or not. So really bummed that I didn't get this on my PA account, but I mean, at the end of the day, it would have just been $46 because we have been trading one contract. Let's see. We've got 10 ticks, so we've made like $46. So it's not that big of a deal that I missed it, other than just that would have been my first trade for the BS system this week. Otherwise, my two trades of the week are the opening trade. All right, so I could have been 2-0. No big deal. Not going to let it get to me. Just realized here, looks like first entry technically below here and a second entry engulfing after making a new high for a short. I mean, I don't hate this short. I don't love it. I mean, it's kind of a triple test, but it's not one I'd love to take. So I wasn't paying attention. I don't think I would have taken it regardless. So I know Alpine won his opening trade going short. I was in on the long. I didn't see what anyone else has done yet. Like I said, I had to go help get my daughter up out of bed because she just only wanted me today. So far, it looks like I don't have to take her to school. We'll see if that stays that way. She was at first saying that she wanted me to take her. So I'm hoping that she'll let her mom take her so that I can continue doing this. And, again, I was talking about this yesterday, but I'm going to just say it again. I mean, it is nice that I have this opening trade in my arsenal now because I trust it so much that I can take it on 4 accounts that it's like, if I don't happen to get another trade for whatever reason, like because I had to go take care of my daughter or if I have to take her to school or whatever it is, I mean, it's nice that I can get this trade in the books and, make the bulk of my accounts improve, even if I don't get any more trades for the day. And, obviously I'd like to continue working on bringing 7 back, and that would have been a small step in that direction on that account. And then obviously my next trade would have been on PA8, and I obviously want to continue working on that towards getting a payout. But what I'm really kind of focused on at the moment, just because it's working so great, I mean, you can see I'm 10-0 with the open trade, is I'm rounding up towards passing some evaluations. And man, I'll tell you, it just takes the pressure off so much. Like I only have the 150K PA right now here. So I only have this 150K PA. Then the other 2 are 25Ks. And it's my plan to just only continue with 50Ks moving forward. So this 25K evaluation is going to be the last 25K I do. And once I pass this, hopefully, and it becomes a PA, I'm not going to do any more 25K accounts. So I'll have, hopefully by the time that happens, I'll still have this one too. So I'll have 3 25Ks. And then if I can just get even just one of these evaluations that are getting close to passing, one of the 3 to a PA, then I'll have a backup PA. And that'll allow for me to start taking the open on this PA as well, and let that work towards the payout qualification. So really passing one more of these evaluations kind of starts to open things up for me. And if I could pass all 3 of them, that would really help open things up. I know I'll be in for, those PA fees. So, and I also have this 25K that might pass. So for lifetime PA fees, and that's what I'm going to do is lifetime, because that's what I've been doing so far, because I always hold on to these accounts more than 1 month, the way I've been trading. So that's like another $600. So I'm already in for a little bit over 2,000. So, I'll basically be in for a little bit under 3,000. So at that point, I'll really need one 1500 max payout on a 25K and one max payout on the on the 50K. And between those, the $3,500 puts me in the green for my Apex trading. So that's kind of what I'm really focused on, is if I can just kind of relieve the pressure of not being able to take the open trade on PA8, have another 50K that I can take my normal system on the new PA and start trading the open on PA8 and 6 at the same time, then I'll be able to, the way things are going with the open, I'll be able to move those along to payout and have backups in case anything goes wrong. So. Right, so watching here again, there's a first entry, second entry. The thing here is we've now made a new high. I expected a new high of this one. I don't really expect a new high of this one, honestly. So if this sets up for long, I probably will not be taking it right now. Just subjectively, especially if it's all the way up here, then I'm definitely not going to be entering this. Yeah, there's no way I'm entering this all the way up here, so I'm just going to chill here. All right, so not taking this trade. I've got two charts that are good. At this point, I don't really think it's worth looking for more charts. I guess I could look and see if I have another chart. Yeah. I could do this. It's going to be similar to the other chart I have. Somewhat similar. All right, so no, this came all the way back down here. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm really thinking that the long is suspect up here. Yeah, it's interesting how this opening trade has really changed the dynamic of my trading. Even today, the trade worked against me right away. And being in the 25K accounts, this one I was in for 2 contracts and 1 contract on PA6. The immediate drawdown on the 2 contracts, I was down like $1,000, I think, at the biggest drawdown, somewhere around there. And so I was down about 500 on the 1 contract account. So if I'm just looking at that, the fact that I was in at literally the top tick of this bar and it draw down all the way down here, I still had another $1,000 of room on the 25K PA account. So just interesting to see that from that move to that move. I mean, this is 98 ticks. So 98 ticks from where I got ticked in to the bottom of this, and still having $1,000 in drawdown. So just goes to show that if I had 2 contracts on, I would have only had $500 left in drawdown. So it just shows how much more space I have for that account. So it was good to kind of see that and see it work in real time, so that if I take a trade that's 1 contract on a 25K on my normal system and it works that far against me, I know how much more, I have a decent amount of room if I need to try to figure out how to add a contract and work out of that trade. Hey, how are you? Welcome. Appreciate the comment. How are you doing today? Let's see. So still just looking for more opportunities to take my normal trading system. But what I was going to say was, having taken the opening trade, and even though it worked against me, the original thought I was having was, even though it worked against me, I was able to work out of it. I actually added a contract, got a little bit extra out of it. And so that worked out, and I haven't lost on that trade yet. And it's great. It's amazing. When I start my day now and I have that trade, I know when it's going to happen, and I'm really confident in it, even when it goes against me today. Yeah, I'll answer you in 1 quick second, Amma. It's crazy that, with all my back testing and the fact that it's working for me on my Apex accounts, that very first trade of the day, it just changes the way I feel about my trading the rest of the day. I use this other strategy for the open. That's a new thing for me. And then I'm doing my normal strategy for scalping the rest of the day. And it just takes the pressure off. It's like, I don't have to worry about whether I get another trade or not, because I'm able to be so confident in the opening trade that I'm trading multiple accounts now with it, and it just continues to work. So it just, it's been pretty great. So yeah, Amma, I haven't seen you comment before, so I'm just taking it that you're new. Yeah, so I took the long on the orb today, and taking that New York Open trade is a new thing for me. So as you can see in my stats, I've now taken it 10 total times on my Apex accounts. So basically 2 weeks of trading, and haven't lost with it yet on my Apex. Did you stream the orb live? I'll watch tomorrow. Thanks for sharing your experience with the orb. Okay, so this is like the hot button issue, right? So I did not stream it live. What I've been doing, because I am a Alpine Trader follower, and out of respect to the fact that I know he doesn't stream it live, I haven't been streaming it live. I've just, I understand the reasons why he hasn't been streaming it live. And so obviously I've been following him for a long time. I've been seeing how often the trade works for him and how successful he's been. So I decided one day, a couple weeks ago, to start doing playback and test it. And I did like 30 or so days of playback back testing, and I won, I think, 29 out of 30, something like that roughly, and had 1 loss. And so then the next day I took I opened evaluation 36 here, and actually I had a code for a free account. So I was like, okay, I'm just going to get the free account, and I'm going to only trade, the Alpine Orb, what I'm referring to it as essentially, and see how I do. And so originally I was only going to trade it on this one account. So the first day I won, then I think it was that night I did more playback testing. I did like another 30 or 40 days, and I lost, I think, one more time. So I was like 70 something wins and two losses. I forget the exact numbers, something like that. I was like 97% or whatever it was. And so then the next day I took it again on my Apex account, just on 36, and it won again. Although I had to work out of it. I added a contract 5 times, and yeah, I added like 5 times on the second day, and worked out of the trade, and it won again. So then over the weekend, I did a bunch more back testing and got over 100 trades. And now with my 10 Apex account trades, I'm like over 110 trades, I think, at this point. And I've lost, I think, a total of 3 or 4 times altogether. I forget. So yeah, so it's new for me. So as I built confidence, I started adding on more accounts to the trade. And so now I'm up to trading 4 accounts at a time. Let me look and see what you said again. So you said, that's cool. What is the meaning of all 196.45? Okay. So I'm just keeping track of my stats here. So the all is for all of 2024. Every single trade I've taken on my Apex accounts. And so that's 196 wins and 45 losses. And I have like a usual scalping system that I do, where I'm just scalping during the day, and then now doing the opening trade as well. So both of those styles are both included in that. My daughter's here. Give me 1 minute. All right, I just got a visitor right now with my daughter, so I'll be right back. All right, she's just going to be going to school in a second here, so I'll continue this conversation in just a minute. Just hard to talk with her because she's 3, so it's hard to continue here while she's with me playing around. All right. Cool family man. Yeah. Yeah. 3-year-old. She's just off to preschool right now. So as she came in to see me, and now her mom's going to take her to school. So yeah, definitely. Alma says definitely the orb is so hot news. Right. So yeah, I kind of start off my stream with that subject. So if you go back and watch my stream from the beginning today, I mean, I've been talking about it the last few days, obviously, since I'm trading it now. But yeah, I mean, you know, there's just, it's a hot topic. Like Alpine Trader obviously is blown up huge. I think he never imagined how big his stream would get, his channel would get. And I don't think he imagined as well how profitable he was going to be trading with the orb. And, you know, so there's kind of like a whole lot I talked about earlier. I don't know if I want to get into all of it again, but I am, you know, the reason why I'm trading that trade is because I saw him doing it and being successful. And so I just went and tried to figure out what he was doing on my own. I never asked him to, you know, give me, I never once, like in any of his YouTubes or on his Discord or anything, I never went in there and said, hey, can you give me information about how to do it? I just watched him. He talks about it enough. He shows what he does enough. And I just figured out basically what I think he's doing. And I started doing it, you know. But I know that he wasn't live streaming it. So I just decided, okay, I'm not going to live stream it, but he does show it after the fact. He talks about it after the fact. He's shown it after the fact. I mean, apparently he's even shown recordings of the live trade to the people that are paying $5 on his YouTube channel to be subscribers. So what I decided is, yeah, I'm not gonna stream it live because he's not. So just out of respect to his concerns, I'm not streaming it live, but I will show it after the fact. So I don't have the markers on right now because I have a different account chosen. But I was long. Here, I can turn the markers on actually. Just turn off the screen real quick to not show my live account because my live account has my real name on it. Okay. So you can see the markers here. It's hard to see, but I essentially was top ticked in today for a long, went against me immediately. I did add a contract here. I was in for 2 contracts originally. Added a contract, scalped out here, got my full scalp for the original target, and then ended up getting a little bit extra than I normally get on 2 contracts. So that was the trade that I took today. I was going to have my long be a little bit higher. I was concerned about the high of the previous day, which is that yellow line. So I was concerned about wanting to make sure that if I got ticked in for the long, that I would be out before the high of the previous day happened. But even though where I got ticked in, like I still had plenty of room. So I really should have been a little bit higher maybe. And then I would have just went on the short quicker and easier and faster, but it worked out either way. And what I've noticed is just a lot of times it does work in both directions, quite frankly, in my back testing. So Alma says, I can see it was a scare. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like I've done around 110 of the trades now between live in the morning on Apex and my playback back testing. And I think somewhere in the neighborhood of out of 110 trades, I probably had the trade go against me maybe around 20 or so times. And I've only lost them like 3 or 4 total times. I got to go back and add up the numbers. So more times than not, even when it goes against me, I've been able to work out of the trade. So it didn't really concern me too much. The only thing I was concerned about was I never really tested for these 25K accounts. So if I only have 1,500 in drawdown, you know, obviously when I started trading these 2,500 accounts, I wasn't trading the opening trade. So that wasn't really an issue for me. And now that I'm going to be trading it, I just want to trade the 50K. So I have the 2,500 in drawdown. I'll try to work out of it when it goes against me. But I've got so much back testing on this thing and forward testing now between the 10 trades and the back testing. I'm really confident in being able to take the trade. I'm really confident in taking it even when it works against me. And most of the time I'm able to get out of the trade. I just realized I missed a trade right now, but oh well. Alma says, wow, 100 trades backtest. Did you make a video about it? No, because again, like I know Alpine traders trying to somewhat keep it on the DL. So again, I'm not trying to draw too much attention to it or what I'm doing. Like I'm not, like, what was her name? I forget her name, but there was a girl that someone posted her video, her YouTube on Alpine's Discord, and she's like, put Alpine's name in the title and says, learn how to trade the Alpine opening trade or whatever the title said, and it's like obvious clickbait, and she just had barely any viewers, and next thing you know, she's getting 2,000 views on her video because she put Alpine's name in the title. That's not what I'm here. It's not what I'm about. I'm not trying to like get views because of this thing. I'm not trying to like blow up my channel. I'm just literally trying to document my journey, and I'm not a profitable trader right now. So this is just all about me trying to figure out what I can do to become a profitable trader. And that's the journey I've been on. I've been close to getting payouts on Apex multiple times, and I haven't quite done it yet. Every time I've gone close, I end up going on a losing streak and blowing up accounts. You can see I have PA 6, 7, and 8. So I've lost now PA 1 through 5. And I've been close to a payout probably close to 10 times on between all of those accounts, maybe more, and still haven't gotten a payout. So this is really just about my journey. I'm trading kind of a unique way for my normal scalping. And then now I've added the opening trade to it as well. And that might be the thing that puts me over the top. I was already an 80% trader. As you can see from my stats, I was already an 80% trader before I started doing the opening trade. And so now the fact that I'm taking this trade every single day and I haven't lost yet, maybe that will bring me up to like an 85% trader. And maybe when I'm an 85% trader, I'll start seeing payouts. But that's the thing. So I'm not trying to, yeah. Alma says, oh, I see. No drama. That's good. A good idea. I'm new too. Just started back in February. Cool. Well, welcome to the space. Welcome to the channel. I appreciate you interacting with me because I'm still, pretty new. I don't have a ton of subscribers, and I only have a few people that have come in over the last few weeks that, have conversations with me. So I appreciate you coming in and talking to me. And yeah, welcome. I've actually been trading futures for quite a while. I started trading futures on the ES about 3 years ago, and I was trading a system called PATS that this guy Mac teaches on YouTube. And I did that for like 3 years, and I was never able to become profitable doing it. And so, and then I switched things up and started my YouTube channel in September. And I was trading kind of a system that I came up with myself based on an indicator that I hadn't seen anyone using. Did really well for the first 2 months, and then blew up 4 of my 5 PAs at the end of last year, which is on YouTube. You can go back and look at that and watch me just crash and burn. And so then the beginning of this year, I changed everything up. I started trading a different system. And I started trading on NQ instead of ES. So everything I do now is on NQ, and so I have like a regular system that I trade from 10 Eastern on until I finish the day scalping, and now doing the opening trade as well. So between those two things, that's what all of the stats represent in that box right there. How's things been going for you? Are you only trading NQ? Are you new as of February to futures in general, or were you trading futures and just new to Apex, or are you new to like knowing what Alpine is doing? It's a lot of questions. All right. Just getting back to my strategy here. I didn't see there was a first entry, second entry long, and let's see, it would be in at 84 and a quarter, and it went to 87. So see, so that would have worked for 11 ticks, but not 12. So that that did not work for my profit target. Let's see, started with Forex back in August and literally made $0 in profits. Where you trade Forex is a scam, 100%. Yeah, I've never gone into Forex. I always found it to be kind of sketchy and just stayed away. And you know, the more I hear, and also with all the prop firms that have been going out of business and everything, it just seems like everything I hear about it just seems scammy and it doesn't seem like a good place to be. Were you trading prop firms there, or what were you doing? Hopefully you weren't involved in any of the prop firms that went out of business. Oh, so then Amma found Nutty in February and you got me into futures. Got it. Yeah. And so I'm sure through Nutty, I'm sure you heard about Alpine through him, I would imagine, since they're friends and talk about each other all the time. Are you trading NQ? Yeah, then move to Alpine, right? Trading NQ and ES. Okay. Yeah, ES is a tough one. You like ES more? Interesting. I really, I traded ES for 3 years. What style trading are you like? What criteria are you using for your entries when you take trades typically? And are you a scalper or swing trader? Or what's your style? ICT. How are you doing with ICT? Is it working for you? Yeah, it seems like a lot of people that do ICT tend to be on ES, it seems like. I like it, but it's more for swings, Alma says. Right. Yeah. Yeah, I've never tried out ICT. I mean, I've checked out some of the videos about it here and there, and I don't know. It's just not really for me. Just I like to be like in and out of trades. I don't like to be in trades for a long time. It just doesn't fit my personality. So I just like to. All right, Alma says I want to learn the orb for scalps. Yeah. So that's one of the things I like about the orb is like it fits my style. It fits kind of like how I trade. Actually, I just remembered. Let me switch this back to my leader account here, so that in case I do see a trade, I'm prepared. Okay, so yeah, it just doesn't. The orb trade fits my personality and it fits the way I'm already trading. I mean, you can see this trade right here. This is how fast I'm like in and out of trades typically. And unfortunately, I messed up on my copier. So what I've been doing just for ease of being able to switch accounts and be prepared to trade on YouTube is I have I use Replicanto and I have a Sim Leader account and I copy trade to my Apex accounts, and then that way I could just use the Replicanto window to decide what account I'm trading to. So it just makes it easier for me. So that's why I just switched right now. But yeah, this is how fast I like to be in and out of a trade typically. And this is an example of a trade. I tried to take on my Apex account, but I just had the copier messed up. So the orb fits right in because it's like, it's just as fast. And that's why I like it. Alma says I have a job, so it'd be great. I just do the orb and then go to work. Yeah, exactly. I'm with you there. I used to, when I first got into futures, and I mean, for a really long time, I was trading from basically 10 Eastern until, I don't know, like 3 Eastern, like all day. And so when I was working, I wouldn't be able to do that. And so then I'd have to take breaks and whatnot. And then when I had to, well, I guess ultimately, once I found the style I'm trading now, I found that like my system works the best in the morning anyway. So now I trade till 12:30 Eastern, and then I'm done. But I agree, if we can have a trade where, you know, you show up, you know what time it's going to be at, you take the one trade, you copy it on a bunch of accounts, and you've made the money you want to make for the day, and you go on with your day, go to work, do whatever you have to do. I mean, it's a beautiful thing, right? So yeah, here, I mean, you'll see, you know, like I showed earlier, and if you go back again, if you go back to any of my reviews or live streams this week, you'll see that I've been taking it every day. I basically just kind of do a quick review where I just look at it after the fact and talk about what I did, and whether you know, how the trade worked out and whatnot. And then I just go on with the rest of my day. So I do review videos every day, and then I do the live stream, and it's always the first thing I talk about now, since you know, I'm tracking my win rate and tracking you know, kind of everything I'm doing. So it's the only time I take a trade off stream. My whole thing before I started doing the opening trade was that my whole thing was I take every single trade on stream. And so it's a little bit weird that I don't take that on stream, but the only reason is because Alpine has been like so concerned about it getting banned from prop firms, because if it gets too big and too many people are doing it. And, you know, at the beginning of this stream, I went on a whole kind of rant about that, because I got a lot of respect for Alpine, and that's why I'm not showing it live. And I'm obviously not doing silly things like putting his name in the title of my videos so that people find me by looking for him and all that. I'm in his Discord. I watch him stream all the time. So I don't want to, and the only reason I'm doing the trade is because I learned it from him. So I don't want to be part of the drama and creating issues. But having said all of that, at the same time, I do kind of internally feel like the more he talks about it the more he talks about the trade, and the more he talks about not wanting it to be banned, it's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy. I really feel like he needs to just stop talking about being worried about it being banned, because the more he says he thinks it should be banned, the more Apex might look at it and go, well, if he thinks it should be banned, why aren't we banning it? You know, that's how I feel about it. It's like, just stop even talking about being banned. Just take the trade, continue doing what you're doing, show it or don't show it, whatever you want to do. If you want to, I mean, today I saw he was talking about potentially streaming it. And I mean, I don't think there's a problem with him streaming it. You know, honestly, the only problem with him streaming it for real is that he places his orders early enough that people could take his exact entries. And so I think he probably, considering he has 17,000 followers now, you know, maybe it is better that he doesn't show it live on stream, or at least maybe he does it the way he's been doing it the last 2 days now this week, where he's live on stream, he's taking the trade, but he's not showing his exact entries. Because I think that if you don't know his exact entries, and it doesn't matter if 17,000 people know the trade, know how to do it, take the trade, whatever, everyone's entries are going to be slightly different. Like today, I was a long, I took a long, I won. He was a short, he won. You know, so like, even though we're all doing the same trade, doesn't mean we're all taking it exactly the same way. Some people he goes for 22 ticks or whatever it is. Some people I see go for 15 ticks. Some people go for 40 ticks. Some people play runners. Some people are trading with 5 contracts. Some people are trading with 1 contract. So like for as many people that are going to have profits from the trade, other people are going to do it different and blow up their accounts, And so I don't think it's going to be as black and white as like everyone's taking the same trade at the same time and being in exactly in the same place. And we're all going to make billions of dollars and put Apex out of business. I just don't think it's going to work that way. I really don't. So that's my take on it. Okay, so Amma says, yeah, that sounds awesome. Nice. I actually love end of morning session reviews. It validates or not what I was thinking. Oh, yeah, he went short. And Amma says, yeah, it shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, so, I mean, like if he starts streaming it, then I will definitely start streaming it. I do got to admit, I mean, it's nice to not be streaming it now that I'm taking it on multiple accounts because like today when it did go against me, yeah, there was like a little bit of pressure there. But it was also less pressure than knowing that even if there's just one person watching me, that one person is watching me when the trade is going against me. But I mean, look, look at my stats on my channel. Every single one of these 196 wins and 45 losses has been shown live on stream on this channel during my stream. The only time I haven't shown my trades on stream is these 10 wins. So 186 wins I've shown live on stream, and all of my losses so far that I've taken while I've been doing this YouTube channel this year, all 45 losses I've lost live on stream. Whoever was watching me and saw me lose. And so, I think the experience of the 45 times I know I've lost, and anybody can see it, and all of those videos are still on YouTube, and anyone can go back at any point and watch me blow up PAs and blow up evaluations and lose 45 times this year. The reality is if I started live streaming the open trade, it's no different than any one of those other 45 losses if I lose, or any one of those other 186 wins if I win. So I don't mind streaming it. I'm just, I guess, taking Alpine's lead. I also realized that the trade has existed for a really long time. I mean, longer than Alpine has been around, or even taking the trade. He has his own kind of little spin on it, and he trades it his own way. But it's basically the same idea, and he just has his own unique kind of flavor to it. I mean, the thing that he does with like adding contracts to work out of it, if it goes against him, I mean, he does that on his regular scalping too. So there's nothing new there that he hasn't already been showing. You just apply it to the open trade if that's how you want to do it. If you're going to trade with no stop, that's what I'm doing. I'm trading with no stop. I mean, essentially, I'm trading on NinjaTrader, so it makes me have a stop on my ATM, but I'm putting it at $2,500 of a loss is where it goes. So it's the whole account. And, so I don't really see a problem with live streaming it. And also, by the way, I mean, there are plenty of other people now showing it, especially since he's blown up. There's this other guy that I didn't really know of until just recently. I didn't know that he was friends with him. I didn't know that he was live streaming it every day for the past few months. But yeah, this other guy's been live streaming the opening trade for a long time. I'm not going to promote other YouTube channels, but, if you look hard enough, you'll find it out there. And then, so there's already someone been live streaming it. Then there's this girl that just had her video posted in the Discord. She's not live streaming it. She's not even trading it on any real accounts of any kind. She's not trading it on her evaluation. She's not trading it. Everything she's shown has just been on a sim account. So, and she literally just thinks she figured it out, and she thinks she's qualified to teach it. I think that's bizarre. I don't know how someone that hasn't proven that they can make money, or even pass an evaluation with it. I don't know how they think they can just go on YouTube and teach it, but that's what she's doing. Good on her. She used Alpine's name and got a huge following, or at least a lot of views, most views she's ever had. And I'm not trying to be all that. So, people are going to do what they want to do. Amma says, really, I haven't found him, found you via searching for the orb. Right on. Yeah. I mean, like like I'm putting it out there that like I'm taking the trade, you know, because I am. I'm taking the trade. I'm doing it on Apex, and yeah, Alma says, yeah, don't mention the guy streaming it. Yeah, I mean, look, like I'm thankful to Alpine because he shared so much about what he's doing, and I think honestly, for me, I think he's overshared. Like if I were him, and I found this trade that just made me $200,000 in the first 4 months of 2024. I would shut down my YouTube if I was the one that came up with it. I would just not trade on YouTube anymore. I would just do my thing. I would make that money and I wouldn't tell anybody about it. That would be me. But, you know, he's actually a really cool guy. I think he's just a really nice guy. I think he honestly does like helping people. And I think he found himself in this like quagmire. You know, I think he just found himself in this situation that he never expected. Because I remember when he started, well, I remember when I first heard about him trading this trade was all the way back in the summer of 2023. I think it was like July or August, somewhere around there. And he was trading it and he wasn't talking about it a lot, but he was also kind of hit or miss. Like he would have a stretch of winning and then he would blow up his accounts. And I didn't really understand why he was blowing up his accounts or what was going on exactly. And then over the course from when I first became aware of him trading it at the open to the end of 2023, you know, I mean, he went from like trading it and having some success, but then having huge blowups and losing accounts to becoming more and more and more consistent to the point where he was getting his biggest payouts. And it was becoming obvious that it wasn't because of his scalping, you know, intraday. It was becoming more and more obvious it was because of his opening trade. But meanwhile, he was always talking about it. He was never showing it live, but he was showing it after the fact. He was talking about it. You know, he was talking about how he's adding more and more accounts to it as he got more confident. And I don't think he realized from the time where he really figured it out and made it a consistent trade for himself, which was really towards the end of 2023, to the point where he got to now. I don't think he realized that he was going to get, you know, these huge payouts every 2 weeks and every month. And, you know, he was just looking to like hope to make like $100,000 for 2024. I think he actually said 150,000 for 2024. And then, you know, he made 150,000 inside of 3 months, you know. I don't think he ever imagined that was going to happen. And so obviously when that happened, his channel blew up. I watched him when I joined his YouTube, he had around 4,000 subscribers and now he's got 17,000. I mean, who would have known, right? So the fact that his channel blew up, his profits blew up, it all happened on the stream, and then all these people found him, and he's always kind of talked about it and shown it after the fact. But I don't think he ever thought forward to the fact like, oh man, what if I make $200,000 in 3 months or 4 months and I have 17,000 viewers and now everybody wants to know what he's doing and wants to know about the trade and wants to take the trade. And I don't, his mind didn't go that far in advance, clearly. And so now he's in this situation where he's got all this attention, all these people are following him and watching him. And yeah, we all want to do the trade, right? When you watch somebody make $200,000, you know, making 200 to 300 a day on each account, it's like, yeah, I want to do that. So I can't blame him for being like, oh man, what did I do? Like the cat's out of the bag, Pandora's out of the box. And I just want to like, I just want people to stop talking about it. I just, you know, he's like, can we just do it without talking about it? But then, I mean, he's just such a nice guy that he keeps showing people, you know. Alma says, wow, you saw his growth. Yeah, I really did. I saw, you know, and so, you know, again, the only reason I even know of trading it is because I saw him do it. The only reason I'm trading the accounts the way I'm trading them is because I saw the way he looks at prop firms. When I started trading on Apex, I was under the mindset of treat it like a live account, treat it like a live cash account, which is what I did when I started trading ES futures. I opened a $2,000 live account And I traded that $2,000 live account for 2 years. And I was up and I was down and I was up and I was break even and down and up and break even. And I never made any money. At one point I was up like, I don't know, I think it was up like $1,200 or $1,300. And I wish I had enough thought process to be like, treat it like a prop account. When I started, it was 3 years ago. So prop accounts weren't what they are now. Like Apex wasn't what Apex is now. And most prop firms were pretty expensive and the rules were really hard. And there was like a 2-step evaluation for most of them. And the rules were just bad. And so it wasn't something I was considering. And so I was trading a live account. I was trading a live account, and I wish I would have had foresight to think like, oh, I'm up $1,300 or whatever it is. Take the 1,300 out and keep going with the 2,000. But I didn't really have a prop firm game, right? So you can actually see it when I blew up my 4 PA accounts at the end of last year on YouTube, live on stream. Actually, I wasn't streaming. I take that back. I'm sorry. I wasn't streaming until February this year. What I was doing was I was doing my reviews every day in 2023. I started in September, and I would live record all of my trades. And then during my review, I would play back the live recording of each trade so it can be seen how it played out in real time. So you can go back and find that. That's still there. And when I blew up my 4 PAs, that's when I blew up my live account. At the same time, I was copy trading to my live account. And so when those blew, my $2,000 live account blew. But anyway, getting back to the point, the point of what I was trying to say was I was trading a live account. And so my experience trading ES was all on a live account. And so when I started trading Apex, I thought, treat it like a live account. And that's how I was trading for a long time. And it wasn't until it really clicked with what Alpine kept talking about towards the end of last year, where he really kept hammering it home. Like, don't treat these accounts like live accounts, like use the leverage. Like, you know what your max risk is on all of these accounts. Like my max risk on all these evaluations is $30, $33.40, because these are all on 80% discount. So every time I blow up an account, I lost $33. Okay. When you think about it that way, instead of saying like, oh, I lost $2,500, it changes your mindset. It just changes the way you look at these accounts. I mean, when I was trading a live account, when I was trading one contract on the ES, one loss on the ES, I could lose anywhere between $150 and $225 on a single loss. You know, if I blew up an evaluation, the most I can lose is $33. And you know, the way I was trading, I could lose multiple times before I lost that $33. So when you really consider it, like Alpine is 100% correct. Like, don't treat these accounts like live accounts. That's actually the pitfall. I think that's the thing that the prop firms want you to do, because if you're trading them like live accounts, then they have the edge on us. But when you're trading them like they are, $30 tickets to get a PA, you know, basically $30 lottery tickets. So you can almost think of it like that, even though we have, you know, if you have a good system in place, you have the edge. You can pass these pretty well. And then when you think about it, so then you get a PA account. Okay, let's say you do lifetime. I do lifetime fees. So I pay $140 for the 50K account. I pay $130 for the 25K account. And so, you know, put it together. Let's say it takes me 2 months to pass an evaluation, which is on average what it does for me personally right now, the way I'm trading. So on average, I'm spending $140 for the PA account, and I'm spending $60 for the evaluation to qualify for a PA. So basically, anytime I'm trading a PA account now, it's a $200 max risk per account on average. So if I blow up a PA account, I lost $200 for that account. Okay. And I'll tell you, I'm all in for all of my accounts to date, a little over $2,000, like, I don't know, $2,300, something like that right now. So So if I lose an account, I lose $200. That's the max risk. But I'm getting so much leverage because I can make $2,000 off that account. So I think take advantage of the multiple prop firms, like he says. Treat the money in here like it's not real until it's in your bank account. And, I talk about it. He talks about it like tokens, which I agree. I look at a different way. Like when I used to go to the arcade, I used to play skee ball, and I would, the tickets would come out of the skee ball machine as you would get high scores. And so then when you get enough tickets, you take it to the gift counter and you get your prize. And that's how I look at it. He talks about it very much the same way. He looks at it like tokens, and you got to get enough tokens and then you get your payout. And for me, I look at it very much the same way. I look at it like when I used to play skee ball, get my tickets. You need 2,600 on the 50K, take it to the gift center and get your $2,000 payout. And you're making 10x on your money. You're turning, in my case, $200 into $2,000. And so when you really break it down, let's say you have 10 PAs, right? And let's say you only get 2 of those PAs to a payout, right? So you spent $200 times 10, $2,000, and you've got in 2 accounts to a payout. You take the max payout on both, you get $4,000. So you've doubled your money. You put $2,000 out for those 10 accounts and you made $4,000. So you got $2,000 in profit. You've doubled your money, and you were only successful in that example 20% of the time out of your accounts. So it's like, take advantage. Like, that's crazy leverage. You can't do that in a live account. My live account, $2,000 that I had in the account, I was trading ES at the time, so the margins are different, but you needed $500 per contract traded in a $2,000 account. So if I wanted to trade 2 contracts, I had $1,000 drawdown. If I traded 3 contracts, I had $500 drawdown. If I traded 1 contract, I had $1,500 drawdown. So, you can see the difference. Like, first of all, I could only trade up to 3 contracts in that example of a $2,000 live account. I could trade up to 3 contracts, but I can't draw down more than 500, or they'll liquidate me, right? So you think about it, for $200 max risk, you can trade up to 10 contracts. Crazy. You don't have to trade up to 10 contracts, but you can play the game however you want. And then if you blow up the account, you only lose $200. Well, guess what? If I trade 3 contracts on the ES with live money with my $2,000 account, and I only have $2,000 in the account, as soon as the trade goes against me $500, I'm going to lose that $500 immediately. They're going to liquidate the trade, and I'm going to be left with whatever's left over after they stopped me out. And then I can't trade 3 contracts anymore. Now I can only trade 2 contracts max with another 500 drawdown. So, when you start thinking about it, like the loss on the live account is already more than your max loss on any one of these accounts. Okay, so Alma says, well, you saw his growth. Alma says, I guess it's karma too. $2,000 is not enough for... I'm not sure what you mean. $2,000 is not enough for $30? Not entirely sure what you mean there, Alma. Sorry, I went on a whole long thing there. So I'm not sure what you were referring to. Anyway, I've learned a lot, going back to the original point, the point being that I've learned a lot from Alpine, and the whole way I'm going about the process of trading my Apex accounts now is really much based on his mentality of how he treats his accounts. 2,000 in profits. $2,000 is not enough. 2,000 in profits. Well, I think it's like crazy that you can spend $30 on an evaluation, pass it, right? Like, to me, it's like, you can't trade the live market on the mini contracts, whether it's ES or NQ, and have a $30 loss. So already you're in the game being able to trade and trade with something on the line of some kind of real money. And the only real money on the line for one account is $33 on a 50K. So right away, the ability that we have right now today with these prop firms to be able to gain the experience of trading mini contracts, not micro, but mini contracts, and have a max risk of $30. It's like being in options, right? Like you can do an option spread and know what your max risk is, and you're never risking more than that. It's basically what the prop firm gives us the ability to do with these prop firms trading on the mini contracts. So then, to be able to have a max risk once you have a PA of like 100 and, depending on how fast you are with the evaluation, if you only need 1 month, it could be $170. And now you've got $2,500 of leverage to use, and you can trade up to 10 contracts, however fits your trading style. And you can turn $200 into $2,000 in 10 trading days. To make $2,000 in a live account, if your max risk is $200 how long is that going to take you to do that? You have to trade on micros, and, I can't even imagine how long that would take you to make to turn your $200 into $2,000. To me, it seems like it would be virtually impossible. Amma says, never mind. Yeah, I'm not sure if I ever understood what exactly you were getting to there, but, I guess that's how I'd break it down is like, we have such a crazy advantage right now. And, prop firms used to be really expensive, and now in the future space, and now they're really cheap. And a company like Apex that lets you have 20 accounts, it's like, to me, it's like a no-brainer. There's no reason to be anywhere else unless you're being like Alpine and getting payouts on the bulk of those 20 accounts every pay period. I don't even need to go anywhere else. And the entry price is cheap. And, look, I've got no payouts yet. So, fully transparent that I have not proven that I can get payouts. I've gotten close, and I'm on my way to getting more PAs. And, PA 6 is now, 800 away. So that's going to be my first opportunity to get a payout. 1,800 away on this PA. But my system really just recently has really started to come together. So if you go back and look at my week last week, I had 17 wins and no losses. And that was my best trading week ever in the history of me trading futures. And then if you count the Friday before, I was like 7-1 that day. So so I was 17-0. And then if you count the 7-1, I was 24-1. And then if you count this week, I'm now 26-1 for my last 27 trades. So I think things are starting to come together for me finally. The opening trade is pretty awesome. Amma says, have you reached the 2,600 threshold yet? I've been so close. If you go back and look at my stream or my review from the week before last Friday, I had a PA account, was PA number 2. It was one of my original PA accounts from last year. And last week I was, a week from last Friday, I was, I think, $340 shy of 2,600, something like that. I literally needed like 1 or 2 more trades depending on how much my scalp got me. And then I ended up going on a 4 trade losing streak on that account and blew up the account. So I think that Friday, a week ago Friday, you'll see me blow up that account live on stream. But the way I'm trading my accounts is I take 1 trade per account per day. So with my usual system, not talking about the opening for a second, my usual trading system, like the trade I took here, I'll take, when I'm scalping, I take 1 account per trade. And then win or lose, I move on to a different account. and then I take another trade. Win or lose, I move on to a different account. So the only time I'm copying multiple accounts right now is when I'm taking the opening trade. And it's just, the reason for that is because this trade that I'm taking, I've proven, with over 200 trades that it's an 80% strategy for me. I've been rock solid 80%, sometimes a little higher, sometimes a little lower, but overall, I'm an 80% trader using my strategy for scalping intraday. And but between my back testing and my live trading with the orb, I'm like 97% win rate. So because I'm 97% win rate between the back testing and the forward testing, I'm now confident to take it on multiple accounts at the same time, versus my regular strategy where I'm 80%. I'm losing 1 out of 5 times, or 2 out of 10 on average. I'm spreading out the risk between the accounts. So I take a trade, I win or lose, I move on to the next account, win or lose. And it's that way I'm randomly distributing my loss between my accounts. And so no one loss is devastating. And also I have an inverted, risk reward. So I am always risking more than I'm making on my scalps, which is typically how it is when you're scalping, right? So my wins per scalp are much smaller than my losses per scalp. Let's see. Alma says, "Oh, that sucks. It's good experience though." Oh yeah, I don't trade on Friday. At least they say beginners shouldn't. Yeah, I mean, I think that's, I think people find patterns. So like if you find like a day that doesn't work great for you, then yeah, don't trade. But I find what's true for other people might not necessarily be true for you or me. So and it's also kind of going back to like, I was trying to trade this guy's system, this guy Mac. He teaches something he calls PATS, which is price action trading system. And he's on YouTube. He shows his reviews for free and has a website. I tried to trade this system for 3 years. I tried to trade it exactly like him, and I was probably, on bad days, I was probably a 60% trader, and on really good days or good weeks, I was like a 90% trader. But when it washed out, I was probably like in the 70% range, 70, 75%. And there's a lot of subjectivity with his trading. And I spent 3 years trying to trade just like him, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't figure out how to trade just like him. I'd see his reviews and he would show trades that it was like in real time, there's no way I could trade. And it was just very subjective. And there'd be like, I'd get like analysis paralysis just because there's so much going on, so many rules. And so I finally figured out like, no, not everyone can just see somebody trading a certain way and then be able to trade like them, right? So that's one thing. And then, to try to emulate and trade just like someone else, most people can't do it. Most people aren't going to see what someone else is doing, and then their system's going to work exactly the same way for them, and they're going to be profitable. In my experience, it just doesn't really work that way. And so now, 3 years into trading futures and not being profitable, I'm finally finding that like, okay, I don't need to trade just like somebody else. I can take like the things that work for them and see if it works for me. And whatever works for me, I keep, and whatever doesn't work for me, I throw away. So like, for example, I'm still trading second entries. If you don't know what second entries are, it's when you start from a new high and a candle ticks above a candle. That's a first entry, the first time it's gone above, and then it goes lower again. And then the second time it goes above a candle, that's a second entry. So that's what this guy Mac teaches with PATS. And so I'm still trading that basic thing, but he's got all these kinds of rules. And whether it's a signal bar, like this trade would not be a trade he would take, because he would call this a signal bar and it's a bearish bar. So he wouldn't go long above it. I went long above it. Unfortunately, it only ended up taking it on the sim account and not copying it to my Apex account because I messed it up. But I took the trade because I threw out all of his rules. Like his rules didn't work for me. So I don't use his rules anymore. I use my own kind of simplified version of it. And it's working better for me. So I took what works for him, or I took what he shows, and I just only kept what's working for me. And it's the same thing with Alpine's trade for the open. Like I've never seen him. Well, I think he showed it one time live on stream at some point, like a few months ago. He showed it one time where he actually showed his entries. He showed it live on stream, and I happened to see it that day. And then he deleted it the next day because he was worried that it was becoming too big of a thing. And so I actually saw that. And then otherwise, all I ever saw was what he's talked about and he's shown after the fact. And that apparently the people that pay $5 for his subscription on YouTube, to support the channel, apparently he was showing them live videos on there that only they can see, and he wasn't advertising that. And he took that down, I think, yesterday, apparently. But I never saw that. I never paid the $5, so I never knew about that until he actually said it yesterday, I think it was. And so I've only just taken what I've understood he was doing and started testing it, and it was working for me. So I started doing it. And as you can see today, I took the long. I was in for the long. He was in for the short. So his worked right away. And then I got top ticked. Literally the top tick of this bar, I was in on the long. And then I had to sit through the drawdown. And I actually added a contract on this bar. And then I got out just before the previous day's highs. And so I made a little bit more than I would have made because I added a contract mid-trade. But I didn't trade it the way he traded it. Like, I was in a totally different trade than him, but we were both trading the same concept. I was doing what he was doing, but he apparently had his entry a little bit higher. If I was one tick higher, I wouldn't have been in on the long. I would have been in the short, and I would have won on the short side. So it just goes to show, like, we don't all have to be doing exactly what he does. Like, the concept works regardless, right? So as long as you understand the concept, you could potentially be on either side and still win. And there's been times where it was vice versa too. I've won when he lost. Like yesterday, he lost on some accounts, and his entry was different than mine too. I forget yesterday. I forget what yesterday was, but can go back and see my review and video stream yesterday. But whatever it was yesterday, I was in and out of the trade with a win, and he was still stuck in the trade for much longer. So it just goes to show, it's like, we're all going to do different things. The key is to understand the concept of it. The exact entries don't matter. It doesn't have to be the exact same entry as Alpine, and he's not like perfect at it either. There's times where, like yesterday, I felt my trade and my entry was way better than his, and he had to suffer through a whole lot of pain and lose a few accounts. And mine worked so easily, so his what he's doing isn't the end all be all in terms of saying how to do it, but I learned the concept from him. So I'm really thankful that he's shown what he's shown, but I also think he needs to just stop talking about how, like, he's worried about it getting banned, because it's just going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy at this point. Alma says he took down the membership videos now. Oh, he took down the membership videos. Wow. People were selling them, maybe. Yeah, who knows? I mean, that's the thing too, right? People could just screen record and have those and then take them and use them for their own reasons. I don't know. I don't blame him for taking him down. I mean, I really don't. Like, I really think, like, I think I was going to say that at one point. I think he honestly showed too much. Like, if I were him again, like, just because I think when you have an edge, you want to protect it. And I mean, the reality is we're all trading some accounts, so it doesn't actually affect the real market. If all 120,000 or whatever it is, Apex users all took the same trade, it still would have no bearing on the market. And it probably would still have no bearing on whether Apex would survive it or need to change the rules, because for as many people take it and win, there's going to be just as many people that take it and lose, because they're going to get, they'll get in a situation like me today where they get top ticked into a trade, and then the trade doesn't come back and they blow up their accounts, and meanwhile other people win. So there's always going to be winners and losers on the trade, no matter what everyone's doing or what everyone's showing. Amma, are you on Alpine's Discord? It is interesting though. It's like I feel like some people are showing the orb on YouTube now to well, like this one girl, she's showing it to, okay, you are cool. Yeah, so if you're on his Discord, sometimes I go to the Discord. Okay, so if you're on his Discord, if you were on it in the last few days, you're probably aware of this girl that I'm talking to, that I'm not saying her name, that put it on her YouTube and put Alpine's name in her title. And she went from her largest video viewership being like 200 to the videos with Alpine's name being like 2,000 views. I'm not going to say her name, but I think she's in it like to grow her channel. I think she wants to be like a YouTube guru, and she's clearly like if you look at all of her videos, she's all over the place. Like it's like she's trying to teach every single strategy out there. She's got a video for everything, and she's like wanting to come off as like a teacher. And I'm here to, teach you how to do this and teach you how to do that. And so she's got this video now, the Alpine opening trade, I cracked it, and this is how you do it, and put his name in the title, and she got 2,000 views. So I think there's people like her that are just into her own self-promotion, and that, she chooses or wishes to have like a huge YouTube channel, and she found her angle to like get viewership, and that's what she's all about, in my opinion. Amma says, "Oh, that sounds ridiculous." Yeah, I mean it's exactly what it is. Like her thumbnails are very clickbaity. It's all like the classic like things that these big YouTubers do to get the beginners. It's all very much geared towards getting the beginners in the space to watch her channel and become subscribers. And a lot of people do that on YouTube, right? Like there's all these YouTubers that are in it to like, everything they do is to attract new people that are trading futures for the first time, and they're trying to figure out how to do it and what to do and what works, and they're trying to learn, right? And so she is like a new one. She just started her channel in the last few months, and she fortunately found out about Alpine, and her channel wasn't big. She only had a couple hundred subscribers, and like I said, the most views she had was about 200. And then she puts Alpine's name in her title, and now she's getting 2,000 views per video. I mean, I haven't even looked at it in a couple of days. Maybe it's up to 4,000 now. Who knows? And she's literally never taken the trade on her. And let's go back to this. She trades on my funded futures. It looks like she has an evaluation. She doesn't show any funded accounts, and the trades that she's shown, the couple times she's shown the Alpine opening trade, it's on a sim account. So she's never shown that she can take the trade and win with it and be profitable. She's not even pass an evaluation using the trade, let alone getting a payout using the trade. And then she's on YouTube for the newbies and acting like she knows how to do the trade and listen to her, and this is how you do it. So I think that's just like really messed up. But she thinks she's like the greatest thing ever for having figured it out and teaching people. And she claims to be like, oh, I'm just helping people. I'm just in it to help people. I don't have any affiliates. I'm not selling anything. No, lady, what you're doing is trying to get viewership for your channel and trying to blow it up. And then you'll probably try to sell something once you have, more subscribers. It's pretty transparent. So that's her. That's one person. Then there's like, okay, this guy that apparently, from what I've gathered, I didn't really know much about him. I really just found him real recently. Apparently he was friends with Alpine to some degree, and he was having a lot of trouble being profitable. And it sounds like he was really in deep on prop firms and wasn't getting payouts. and or at least no big payouts. And then according to what Alpine kind of mentioned the other day, it sounds like Alpine tried to show him the opening trade, and it was kind of like, here, let me show you this. It's working really well for me, and like maybe it'll help you. And so the guy started doing it, and I guess he started having some success with it, and then he started streaming it live, and he's got a pretty big subscribership. Yeah, yeah. Alma says, yeah, I heard the guy is Alpine's friend. Yeah, so that's what I heard too. From Alpine. I put it together. I found this guy recently, and I didn't know who Alpine was talking about, really. And then I just put it together. Alma says, I can say rise is bad news. Right, exactly. So yeah, I just put it together. And so this guy, he's been streaming it, and, you know, I don't know what necessarily his intention is with it. I think he's just under the belief that, he's streaming his trades, and he was streaming before, and he's streaming now. I think he was streaming before. I don't even really know. So I think it's not really clear. He's using the trade, and he wants to show it. I mean, he already has subscribers. So at least he's not like just catching wind of it right now and starting to trade it and like trying to get viewers from it. So, he's doing his thing and whatever, right? I don't think he's necessarily doing anything wrong. I think it sounded like Alpine kind of like asked him not to do it live on stream. And the guy was kind of like, why? I'm going to do it. I don't care if you don't want me to do it. And so, I don't know. I think that's kind of messed up if they were really friends. Because if I were to show my friend how to do this, and then he wanted to just like, put it out there and blow it up and show it to thousands of people and tell them every single way how to do it. And like, it's like, when you find an edge in the market, it's not really the best thing for everyone to know what the edge is, because edge in theory could go away. So I totally get, maybe that's the reason why they're not friends anymore. I don't know. Maybe that was the rift. So he's out there. Then there's someone else who's actually been here in my channel and has commented recently, who hasn't been commenting recently. I don't know why he stopped, but he came by and he kind of told me about, he created a bot for the opening trade, and he just started using it. And, Alma says I wouldn't be his friend anymore. Yeah, I don't think I would either, honestly. But I mean, it's kind of like a gray area, honestly. And again, this is just my opinion, and I'm an Alpine fan, so I'm not going to talk shit about Alpine. But I do think like he didn't know where it was going to go, and he said too much, he showed too much, he talked about it too much, and it got out. Like I know it wasn't the way he was expecting for it to happen, but I mean, Alpine has already put enough out there that a lot of people know how to do the trade like he's doing it. A lot of people. And even if they're not doing it exactly like he's doing it, the concept is enough to understand. So, regardless of whether Alpine was still holding back on streaming it, like he had already put it out there. Like everybody knows what he's doing. Everybody knows like the bulk of his profits has been from that trade. We've seen him struggle with his scalping recently, so it is what it is, right? But if you're Alpine's friend and he like gave you the details of how the trade works and asked you not to put it on live stream, I mean, if I were his friend, I'd be like, even if I wanted to put it on live stream, I wouldn't put it on live stream, because that, I have honor and respect for people. So, Amma says, oh, I know that bot guy. The bot guy had $192,000 payout from Apex. The bot guy is like a one-hit wonder. No offense, just saying. Oh, interesting. So actually, I think if that's the case, Amma, then maybe you know a different bot guy than I know. Because the bot guy that I just became aware of, he just started. So he's, I I think he's in the process of just trying to pass evaluations right now, if I remember correctly, or maybe he has 1 or 2 PAs. I'm not sure. But he literally just started, so he doesn't have like a huge payout like that yet. So I didn't realize there's another one out there that I don't know who they are. Let's see. So that's the streamer that, and the bot guy that I know, like he put up a video and then he took it down like immediately. Like it was up and down in the same day. He also put Alpine's name in the title of the video, and I think Alpine knows him too. And I saw Alpine commented on his video like, "Hey, can you just remove my name from the title of your video?" And that created a little bit of a spark of controversy. And so he took down the video right away. I see that he put it back up now, but he took Alpine's name off the title. So, because the thing is, if you put Alpine's name in the title, it's searchable. You search for Alpine and then some other person's video comes up. Like you're writing Alpine's coat wings. Like I actually made the mistake one day in my stats box. I put Alpine as like the Alpine trade, where my stats are. And then I did it one day and I was like, you know what? I don't like putting Alpine's name on there. Like it still says Alp Orb. And I'm even kind of like, I don't know. I kind of cringe at that a little bit too. Just cause I'm not trying to like blow up my channel off his name, but the reality is like, I do want to give credit to the fact that I'm taking the trade because I learned from the fact that he's doing the trade. So to me, it is the Alpine trade because that's where I learned it from. But I'm not like putting in the titles of my channel because I don't want people to type Alpine necessarily and find me, or be that blatant about it. But I'm taking the trade, and I'm taking the trade because I learned it from him. So that's the reality. But even calling it the Alp Orb kind of makes me a little cringe, but it is what it is, right? So it's just the reality. Alma says, does his name start with 100? Sounds like we were talking about the same guy. Okay. Yes. I'm not aware of $192,000 payout though. Now the YouTube search includes the transcript. That's why I found. Aha. Okay. I didn't know that. Well, that's out of my hands. I can't control that. I had no idea that that's how that works. So anyway, I guess that maybe explains a little bit why I've started to get a little bit more people showing up recently. But that's cool. It is what it is. I mean, I think I love the trade. Like, I love the trade. Yeah, Nutty knows the bot guy. Right. I know. Yeah, I know that Nutty knows. Well, and he said a lot of things about Nutty. So Nutty had a reaction to the original video because he put out there that Nutty was actually secretly taking the opening trade, and that's how Nutty got his payouts. He really kind of alleged that. And so Nutty took offense to that, I saw, because Nutty claims that he's never taken the opening trade and Alpine never shared it with him, and that's not how he got payouts. So I don't know. I think Nutty's a pretty honest guy, and he showed a bunch of stuff to show like that wasn't the case. And I don't see Nutty lying. He doesn't seem to me like the kind of guy that lies about things. So I was skeptical about that claim. But yeah. Nutty talks about how he got a 192K payout. Do you think Nutty's lying too, Amma? I mean, I'd be surprised. Like Nutty seems like a nice guy, and I know that he's not being as transparent as he used to, because he used to show every single trade. Amma, Nutty banned. Okay, so Amma says Nutty banned me because I confronted him about it. Okay. I think, well, it's funny too. I think Nutty's a little bit more quick on the ban hammer than Alpine. I think Alpine's barely banned anybody, but yeah. Look, I think Nutty definitely got defensive about it. And so that does kind of say like, well, why are you getting so defensive about it if it's not true? If somebody said something that wasn't true about me, I'd just be like, well, you're an idiot. You're wrong. Who cares? And so, yeah, he definitely took more offense to it. So maybe, who knows? I mean, who knows what people are really doing? You know, the second you start like not showing something, then maybe there's something kind of, I won't call it sinister, but maybe there's something backhanded going on. I have no idea. You know, the thing is, nobody is trustworthy these days. I mean, just literally nobody. You can't trust anybody. Nobody has any honor. Nobody has honor. Alma says, I just said you have used the Alpine ore before. That's what you said to Nutty and he banned you for it? Oh yeah, I don't mind. He banned me. Yeah. I mean, I think it's funny. Like, I'm surprised he banned you just for saying that, but it was probably right on the back of the 100 lot video thing, and he was probably all heated about it, I'm guessing. And so I'm sure it was just kind of like a heated reaction. I'm sure if he was a little bit more level-headed, he probably wouldn't have, because it's just stupid. But whatever. I don't know. He showed that he's not taking the trade according to his, whatever that thing is that tracks all of his trades. And he showed that the time of the trade and, most of his profits is not at the New York Open session. It's kind of spread out. But regardless, I mean, I don't even care, honestly. Like, I always thought it was a little weird when Nutty started trading those other accounts off stream. I just figured, like, why would he do that when he was always about showing everything? I guess I'm a little bit of a hypocrite in a sense, because now all of a sudden I'm also in that boat where now I'm taking the opening trade and I'm not streaming it. And I've always been really big since I've started this channel. Well, especially since I started my live stream, because I started live streaming in February. Ever since I started my live stream, every single one of my trades has been on the live stream. And literally these 10 trades, that I'm doing at the opening are the only 10 trades I haven't taken on the live stream this year. And I do feel some sort of way about that, because I prefer to show everything. But again, look, I'm not even Alpine's friend. Like, I don't even have a personal relationship with him. He doesn't even know who I am. Like, he's got no idea who I am. I've communicated with him a couple times on Apex over the many months I've been in, or not on Apex, on Discord, over the many months I've been in his Discord. I've commented a couple times maybe on his YouTube, but he doesn't know who I am. I'm a nobody. Like, he has no idea who I am. I'm not a friend of his. I've never made any promise to him to not show it. He's never shown me. He's never shown me what he's doing. And yet I still have enough honor that I'm not doing it live on stream. But I'm doing it because I kind of think, like, well, one, I respect him. Like, I respect what he's done. I respect what he's put out on his channel, that I don't want to just take his thing and like put it on blast. So I'm not trying to put it on blast. Also too, I think there is something about, if you have an edge in the market, like, do you really want that edge to get out there? Because edges can go away. It's true. They can. I don't know if it will. I don't think it will, because of people trading on prop firms. And I don't think most people trading on prop firms have the capital to be trading big enough to change the market on the live market and have it register or matter. But it's a thing. Like, if I'm playing poker and I'm sitting at the poker table and somebody's got a tell, and I know that every time this guy, cracks a smile a certain way, that, when he smiles, that I know he's bluffing, I'm not going to go around to everybody sitting at my table while we're playing poker and playing a game and say, hey, I know that guy is bluff, here's what it is. So now, every time he's bluffing, because that takes away my edge at the table and takes away my chance to be able to capitalize on it. So, there's something to that. It's a real thing. And so I understand, Alpine's hesitancy to show it on the live stream, but it's out there. I mean, people are doing it. They're not him. They're not always doing the same exact thing as him, entering exactly the same way, or putting their orders exactly where he has them, but, they're doing the trade. and a lot of people are doing the trade. And by the way, people were doing the trade before Alpine was doing the trade. People have been doing it for years. It's always existed. There's multiple forms and versions of it. And so it's actually not a new thing. The new thing is just a YouTuber growing his channel that went from being a not profitable trader. You can see when he was trading stocks, he wasn't very profitable. He's like a little bit. He made a few thousand here and there over the years, and started trading futures and started trading props immediately. And you can see he went from like burning accounts and not getting payouts to getting like one payout for 2,000 here, and then burning a bunch of accounts and getting another 2,000 payment, and then burning accounts and then getting like a $4,000 payment. And you saw the progression of Alpine, and then you saw like he locked in this trade and then went from that to making $200,000 in 4 months. So, when you see that, like that's something that no one else has done, like shown their journey where they went from ground zero to making $200,000 in 4 months. That I've never seen that on YouTube before by anyone else. Like show me the person that's been streaming every day and showing their accounts, and he shows all his accounts, shows all the balances, all the P&L every single day. He doesn't hide anything. He shows when he blows them up. And show me the other person on YouTube that's done that. I think he's the only one I know of that has legit started from ground zero and went to a profitable trader. Not just like a little bit profitable, but like a spectacularly profitable trader, right, in the course of 6 months. So that's why I have respect for him and what he's done. And even though he doesn't know me and I don't know him, I chose not to live stream the trade. But yeah, if it's just going to end up like being everywhere, then there's going to be no reason for me to not live stream it anymore. So, we'll see what happens. I'm just kind of taking Alpine's, I'm following his lead as far as, if he goes there. If he goes there, then I'll go there. There's no reason not to. The only thing I'd say is like, yeah, like there absolutely is a thing about the fact that if you're live streaming and people are seeing when you drop your order, I know there's a little bit of room between live for me and what you see as live on my YouTube. There's a little bit of a delay, and depending on people's internets, it's a little bit more or less. But if I'm dropping my order 30 seconds before the open, then that's enough time for the viewers to see exactly where the orders are. And be able to place their own orders. And so then there actually is a thing where everybody's taking the same trades potentially, or however big the viewership is that's taking the trade. And then you get into a little bit of a gray area because, Apex will be able to see that if it's a big enough group of people all taking the exact same entry and getting triggered in at the same time, then it could be an issue with Apex. But if he's not showing the live stream and not showing exactly where his entries are or where his orders are, and he's doing it like he did today and yesterday, where he's live streaming, but you're not seeing exactly where his orders are, then people are going to have orders in all different places, right? There's not going to be, okay, let's say not all 17,000 of his subscribers are following him to that degree and they're all going to take the trade. But let's say a fraction of it, let's say 3,000 people, right? Or, I don't know. I mean, I think only like 900 are watching him live right now. So let's say 900 people all take it live and they see his entry, his orders, and they all take it and they all win together exactly the same. Like, I don't know if 900 people is going to be enough of a thing that Apex is going to care. But now if you get to, 3,000 and then 5,000, if it turns into like, just say half of his viewership, 8,000 people are all taking the exact same entries, then maybe they have a reason to be like, hey, we don't like this. 8,000 people are all successful together or not successful together, versus the way it is now. Yeah. And then you say, yeah, well, that's a good point, Amma. Amma says, yeah, it's incredible. But she says 900 people times 20 accounts. And that's a good point too, that I'm not even considering in the equation, but you're right. What if only 900 people are doing it, but they can see his entry or his orders early enough that they can place the same exact orders, and 900 people all have 20 accounts and they're all winning together. That could be a thing that affects Apex. So I do think that Alpine is correct in being concerned about showing it on his live stream as far as showing his orders. But I think what he's done the last 2 days is pretty great. I think he can live stream, not show where his orders are going in on the YouTube screen, and we can still witness him winning or losing in real time, and just not know exactly where he's putting his orders. And then that kind of protects that situation for Apex, but lets his viewership in on it a little bit more, at least in on the experience of the trade. And then Amma says, not everyone will win. So exactly. If he's doing the thing like he's doing now, where we're just not seeing his orders, then we can experience the trade with him, which is what I think more people want anyways, is they just want to see it happen live on screen and, see the numbers in here moving live. And he doesn't show this. I mean, he's not on Ninja, but on mine, you can see these numbers moving live as well. And that's why I have both of them up, so you can see that they're synced and everything's legit. I think that would be like probably the best case scenario, is that he just does what he's done yesterday and today. So the viewers can experience the trade, but not necessarily have the heads up to be exactly the same entry. But I think it's fine. I don't think Apex will have a reason to do anything if all 17,000 people understand his opening trade and they're all taking it, and we all have slightly different entries, and some of us get triggered long and some of us get triggered short on the same day, even on days where we both win on both sides like today. I don't think that affects Apex, because for as many people that win, or like me, again, let me go back and show this, and I'll show my since apparently I'm not trading anymore today. Let me go back to my markers. All right, so let's see, going back to the open trade. So for me today, I literally got top ticked. It's so funny. My order was a little bit higher right before the market opened, and then right at the last second, I moved it a little bit lower just because I wanted to make sure I had enough room for the scalp before the previous day high. That was something that I was concerned about. So I got top ticked in. It immediately went against me on the first bar. And everyone else that didn't get top ticked, if you were one tick higher on the high side, everyone else got in short. They all won immediately. I didn't win. I was still stuck in this trade. And then I added a contract, right? I scalped out really fast on that third contract. So now I'm back to 2 contracts, and then it shot up and I got out of the trade for a win. Now I'm only trading with 2 contracts on my accounts and 1 contract on one of my accounts. So imagine if I was in this trade for all 10 contracts and it went against me. I think with 10 contracts, I would have blown up the account, because I was down about $1,000, if I can remember correctly, at the lows here, on 2 contracts. So I had another 1,500 in drawdown. So for anyone that was trading 5 contracts or more, maybe 6 contracts or more, they could have blown up if they got triggered in for the long here. They could have got blown up, lost, and then the people like me that only traded 2 contracts still get the win. So there's so much variation and so many examples I could come up with where half the people might win and half the people might lose, and we're all doing the same thing. And but it won't be exactly like Alpine, because he's not showing his orders. So that's the way to kind of make it not be a thing. I don't remember if it was a full 1,000. It was near 1,000. I do record these trades every day. I'm not putting them on YouTube. I do record all of these opening trades I've taken, all 10 of them that I've taken on Apex. And so I'm going to go back and look at some point and see. I haven't done that yet. But I think it was around $1,000 I was down on 2 contracts. And I explained at the beginning of my live stream today that I visually saw, I didn't draw this line, I drew it after when I talked about it at the beginning of my stream, but I visually saw this as like a potential point of support because of price action over here. And so when I saw this starting to bounce here, that gave me the confidence to add a contract here. And I took a small scalp, which that way, if they continued to work against me, I would have had more drawdown room to work with to try to work out of the trade. But as you can see, it just worked right away on the next bar, and I was able to get out of the trade. And that's why I was able to get a little bit extra, because I won't get 288 on 2 contracts without having the extra contract added there. Anyway, so that's kind of that's the deal. So if Alpine was my friend and we had like a conversation, or if it were to ever come up on his Discord or whatever, I'd just be like, yeah, just do what you've been doing. Let people experience the trade without knowing the exact entries you're doing. And then, Apex doesn't really have a reason, and I don't think it really become a thing, that everybody's doing the same exact thing. And look, this other guy is streaming it already. There's going to be more people streaming it for sure. There's no doubt. And everyone's going to be different. As long as Alpine isn't showing what his orders are, then he has nothing to worry about, that people are going to be doing exactly the same thing as him. So I think that's how you get around it. All right. All right. So this is the second day in a row that I didn't get any other trades other than the open. Yesterday, I had to take my daughter to school and get her ready for class. So I missed like an hour and a half of my session. 1 second. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. It's just saying bye to my wife, who is headed out to work. Okay, so what was I saying? I don't even remember. But yeah, I think that's the way to get around this issue that Alpine is scared about. I just honestly just feel like, stop talking about the ban thing. Like, there's no reason for Apex to ban this thing. There's absolutely no reason currently. And there's other people that are streaming it. And I don't think that no matter how big they get, who's going to copy this guy that's streaming currently? He doesn't have seemingly a very huge amount of people watching him live. And he's got a lot of subscribers, but he doesn't have like the track record of Alpine, right? Like, the difference of watching someone like, or that girl that I was talking about that was clickbaiting her channel to get Alpine views. If you watch her or this other guy that's streaming, that maybe that guy's, I think he said he's made like $8,000 or something so far, right, of payouts. So do you want to know exactly where the guy that made 8,000 in payouts is, where he's putting his orders for this trade? Or do you want to, or the girl who has only shown the trade on Sim and has never even shown that she can pass an evaluation with the trade? Or do you want to know where the guy that made $200,000 in 4 months, where he's putting his orders for the trade? Like, I'm pretty sure everybody just wants to know where Alpine is putting his orders, right? That's the guy where it's like, oh, Alpine put it here, I'm going to put it there too. Like, he's the only one in the space that matters. It doesn't matter where anyone else puts their orders. It doesn't matter where I put my orders. If I stream it, nobody's watching me and caring. Like, maybe over time, if I become as successful as him somehow, long shot, we'll see. Maybe someone will care eventually. If I continue to have a track record and prove it. I mean, look, I'm 10-0. I show it. I've shown every single one of these trades the last 10 days that I've taken. You've seen the profit on my accounts, and it's verified, right? Like, the one guy that I know is streaming it, I think he shows his accounts as he takes the trades. I'm not sure what he does to show verifying payouts or not, or who knows. I have no idea. I haven't looked into him enough. The girl obviously has nothing to show for this trade. No proof of concept, no ability to show a track record of being profitable with the trade. Maybe over time, if this 10-0 turns into 99-1, you know, and at the end of the 99-1, I went from having no payouts ever to having multiple payouts and being profitable. Maybe people start caring about where I'm putting my trade. I don't know. But nobody's going to care as much about where I put my trade as where Alpine puts his trade. So to me, if I'm Alpine, if I put myself in his shoes, I'd say, okay, I'm going to let my viewership experience the trade. I'm not going to show where the orders are because I placed them with enough time for everyone to put their orders in the same place. But you can experience me being in the trade, win or loss, see it happen in real time, see my P&L. And in that way, Apex doesn't have a reason to give a shit, quite frankly. That's what I'd say. Alma says, I'm here because you want to show your progress with no promises or drama. I appreciate that, because that's the truth. That's the only, I'm not looking for drama. I'm not looking to this thing has been such a hot topic for the past, really, honestly, the whole thing sparked off. I'll just say it. The whole thing sparked off with 100 Lot. He was the first ripple in the ocean. He put his video up. It got the attention of Alpine and Nutty immediately. They immediately reacted and commented on his video. I don't know what their relationships are with him. He immediately took down the video the same day, right? The video was gone. Literally the next day, this girl comes out with this video, like literally the next day. For whatever coincidence, who knows? I don't know how. It's not like the guy has like a big following that everyone saw that one video. And she comes out with her video, and somebody posted on the Discord, and it's like, before you know it, she's got 2,000 views on the video, and now she's got, you know, multiple of these videos, and so of course it's like a huge topic. Then of course the other guy that's streaming comes up. Alpine's even referred to him, and then, you know, yeah, there's like multiple streamers and YouTubers that are talking about and doing the trade, including me. I've got barely any subscribership. I'm not doing it because it's like, oh, look at me doing the trade. I'm doing it because I see an edge and I figured out how to do it. And I'm just showing that I'm trying to become a profitable trader, damn it. And so I'm folding it into my process to try to become profitable for the first time ever on Apex. And but it's not going to be the only trade I do. I'm still continuing with my normal system. Unfortunately, I didn't get a trade today. I took one trade. I took this trade, but unfortunately I messed it up on my copier, so it didn't go to my Apex account. So at least I took a trade. It should have been on my Apex account. So it's not like I'm just going to like rely only on the open trade and like, it's like all or nothing on the open trade, and that's all I've got. I've got my regular system too. So if you stick around and follow me or look at past videos and streams and whatnot, you'll get a sense of what I'm doing as well. But it's really, what I really love about the open trade for me is that, I'm being able to use it as like another, like it's making me a more versatile, trader. Like now I've got a trade that I'm seeing for my own testing and use has been a 97% plus winning rate. And I'm combining it with my 80% winning rate. And so I really believe that those two things combined is going to lead me to being profitable, and you know, hopefully success is coming my way. I haven't gotten there yet. So that's what this channel is all about, is just, you know, I also use it as kind of like a journal for myself. I go back and look at old videos. I've kind of modified the things I'm doing in my normal system and have created some rules and structure and things of like when I'm skipping trades now and I'm taking way less losses, since I've really kind of found a good balance with it. And I'm on a nice little streak here for these last, 8 or 9 days, and hoping it'll continue. And I think the opening trade is just like the thing that might, put me over the top, but it's what do I say? It's not the reason for my channel, right? It's not the only thing I'm doing, and I'm not just trying to, ride Alpine's coattails, and take something from him and put it on blast and become a huge YouTuber. It has nothing to do with that. So yeah, I appreciate your comments, Amma. Let me see. So yeah, Amma said the $1,000 drawdown is scary. It was all right because I was used to it from my playback, my back testing. She said, I'm here because you want to show your progress with no promises or drama. Exactly. And again, I'm not here to teach anything. I'm not going to teach my strategy. I'm not trying to teach it. I'm not qualified to teach it. I've got no payouts. I've got no proof that I can do anything. I'm in for a little, $2,000 plus. I'm into Apex 4 at this moment, and I have got no payouts. So definitely not qualified to teach anything. Not claiming anybody should even listen to what I'm doing or pay mind to how I'm trading or try to trade like me or anything. I'm just showing what I'm doing and hoping that it's going to work for me good enough that I'll get some payouts soon. And that's really just the point. I think it would be really cool if I captured me being able to go from someone who can't get payouts to getting payouts to, if I could have half the success that Alpine has had with this trading. Not even half. If I can make $50,000, if I can make a quarter, if I could have a quarter of the success that he's had this year, I'd be happy. Honestly, like that would be like a huge, huge improvement. And the only thing that I think would be cool is that it would all have been captured on my YouTube channel. And you can go back to September when I started the channel, and you could go back to December when I blew up all of my my 4 out of 5 PA accounts, and you could go to which now I'm revealing. I wasn't really saying it at the time, but I also blew up my live account, my $2,000 live account that I was copy trading at the same time. I blew that up at the same time, even though I wasn't really talking about that. And so that was December. And then you can go to now where I'm like, it seems like I'm starting to turn the corner to hopefully, who knows what's going to happen in the future. But if it can all be captured in a similar sort of way, I guess, is what Alpine ended up doing, I think that would be really cool, and that's all it's about. It would certainly be fun for me to be able to go back and show my family, like, yeah, look at, this is where I started in September when I started my YouTube channel, and now this is what I'm doing now. Like, how cool is that, right? Okay, so Amma says, yes, that's the guy with 192,000 Apex payout. He's desperate, maybe no payout since. I took this long, 175.85. Oh, I didn't even see when you said that. So took this long, maybe around here. Good luck if you're still in that trade. Exit at break even. Okay, so are you still in the trade and your exit's still currently at break even just in case, or you took the exit at break even because it pulled back? And then Amma says, I'll take 1% of his success. Well, honestly, yeah, me too. Right now, I'll take 1% of his success, which would be one payout. Right now, I would be happy with one payout, one max payout on the 50K account for sure. I'd be really happy with that. No doubt about it. That's one step at a time, and I haven't even done that yet. So that's my hope. I did have it was my PA number 2 account that was blown up a couple weeks ago, week and a half ago, whatever it was. I had that at 52,340 or 360, something like that. So that was that account. I had my other PAs at one point. I had even closer. I had one that was like within like $60 and managed to not get the payout and blow up the account. So yeah, that will be a huge step for me, is to get over the 2,600 profit and like literally get over it and be out of a trade and be above it and be able to get that first payout will be a huge step in my journey. And that's honestly all I want right now. It's the one thing that I just really want more than anything. And then go from there, one step at a time. Amma says it pulled back without me. Oh, that's a bummer. Well, I don't know if you've got any other trades yet today. I know ICT trades, they're limited entries from my understanding. So, but I always just consider, even if it's a break-even day, it's a good day. A break-even day is a winning day in comparison to the alternative of a losing day or a red day. So I'll take a break-even day or no trade day over a red day any day of the week for sure. That's just my take on things. Okay, so let me take a quick 1 minute break here. I'll be right back. All right. So that was a really cool conversation. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you interacting with me. It's really cool. I hope you'll keep coming back and hanging out, and we'll keep working on this opening trade. And I'm having some success with it so far, and I hope you do too. I really hope that anyone that's interested in it, it's not hard to kind of put it together. And I highly recommend anyone that is interested in it, try to do back testing with it. I know back testing isn't perfect. I know, if you use Ninja like me, I know the playback isn't perfect. The data isn't perfect. Sometimes the way it plays back isn't great. Like depending on your computer, it could be a little choppy or smoother depending on how good your computer is. But I really recommend back testing as much as you can. Amma says, ditto, good luck. I'll be watching your trades. Cool. I appreciate that. Definitely, back test it as much as you possibly can. If you can't back test it for whatever reason, then forward test it. And then it's up to you whether you forward test it on your evaluations or only on a sim account. But the thing that I found that was really helpful for me with the trade was just the fact that I right away, once I had an idea of how it worked, I just started doing the back testing. And by the time I had done 30 days worth, I was really confident in the trade already, because in 30 trades, I took one loss. And that was huge for me. Right away, I was able to do that in the space of an hour or two at night, after the market closed, or whenever it was, I don't remember, but I literally spent an hour or two, and I did 30 days worth. And to see that, I was whatever the number was, I'm saying 29 and 1 now. Maybe it wasn't 30, maybe it was 24 trades or 25 trades. Maybe I was 24-1. I don't remember anymore. I actually talked about it in one of my live streams, so it's documented somewhere after I did it. You can go back 10 days ago, and I was talking about it since I've traded it for 10 days on Apex now. But just having done that and seeing that, it worked 99% of the time, right away gave me this confidence to be like, wow, okay, this thing really works. And I can see why Alpine has been so successful with it, right? And it didn't take me getting the exact details from Alpine. It didn't take me asking him, oh, what about in this situation or that, or what do you do if this and that? None of that. I just literally watched him, been in his Discord, and just paid attention when he would talk about it. Whatever he would show, I would just pay attention, and then I put it to the test. And I was like, wow, I can do this. And it's so funny because I didn't want to do it. I've been watching him for so long, and I've known about this trade for so long, and I'm the guy, I'm terrible in the morning. I live on the West Coast of the States, and so for me, the 9:30 New York Open is 6:30 in the morning for me. And I'm not a morning guy. I struggle. I've been doing my live stream starting at 10 Eastern, which is 7 for me. And I used to try to say that I would start the live stream at 6:45, and I was never here at 6:45. I was always here at 7 because I just struggle. I couldn't do it. And so all that time, I was watching Alpine get better and better at this trade, be more and more consistent and successful. And I was just well, I'm not going to do it. It's just too hard to wake up that early. It's just too hard, so it's great that it's working for him. And the more time went on, obviously I'm watching him and I'm saying, my God, he just made $100,000 in a month and a half of the year or whatever it was. Right. And I'm just it's really getting my attention at this point. He's getting a $36,000 payout or whatever it was. I'm man, this trade is too good, right? It's too good. How can I, I'm really not going to take advantage. I think I understand it, but I've never tried it or tested it to know I could do it myself. Am I really just I'm already getting up at 6:30 to be ready on stream by 7. I was I can, if the trade is this good, the guy is making $200,000. Do I think I can wake up so I have a chance to make a fraction of that? I think I should think about that. So that was step number 1. Step number 2 was I back tested those first 25 to 30 days, whatever it was. And I lost one time in that first batch of back testing. And to realize, in that number of trades, I think it was 98.5%, I think is what I calculated. I was okay, I've got a 98.5% win rate trade. Am I really not able to wake up a half hour earlier so I can take the trade? And that's where it started. So I immediately, I had won a free evaluation from another YouTube channel, and I used it on this account 36. And I just thought to myself, okay, I don't know where this is going to go, but I got no skin in the game. I got an evaluation that cost me $0, and I'm just going to take it only on this one account. Okay. You can see today is the 10th day I've traded. This is the only account I've had where the only trades I've taken is the open trade. Okay. 10 days in a row, I've made $2,266. So then, I think I did another day of back testing, or I think, I forget the order, but I did more back testing, and I did another 40 something days. So at this point I've got 70 something trades, and I only lost one more time. So out of 74 trades or something like that, I lost 2 times. So, still maintaining that 98% plus win rate. And so then I traded again the next day, and the next day, and the next day on Apex accounts. And you can go back and look at all my reviews and my live streams for the last 10 days, and you'll see the progression. But I started with just the one account, just the one account. And I was oh, this is working. And now I've got 70 something trades to prove that's a 98% winning win rate trade. So then I started adding another evaluation account. I don't remember if I started adding this one or this one or this one. So then I started trading two accounts. I think there was even a day, I think I did that for a few days. And then I think maybe I went to like 3 evaluations all copied together. And then I got to 4. And so then I started copying the PA with the evaluations. So far, I've traded the opening trade with a total of 4 accounts on the same trade. And I think the last account I started adding was this PA6, which is a 25K account. So because it's a 25K account and I've got less drawdown, and because I'm playing it the same way as Alpine, so I'm risking the account when I take the trade every time. The stop, I'm moving to a $2,500 stop, which is the full drawdown on a 50K. And so because this account is a 25K, what I've done is I've chosen to just trade it with 1 contract at a time. And that way, if the trade goes against me, I can add a contract. But yet I'm still maximizing the $1,500 of drawdown, because like today's trade, I was down about $1,000 on the drawdown on 2 contracts. So when I was down $1,000 on the 2 contracts on those evaluations, I was down about 500 maximum on the 1 contract on the 25K PA. So that's why I'm doing that. And yeah, that's been the progression that's led me to today. So I've won 10 in a row. And by all indications, I know there's going to be a loss. There's no trading strategy or system ever in the history of the world. There's nothing that's 100% in life, period, regardless. Nothing's 100%. So the loss will come. I'm hoping the loss just comes after I get a payout, right? Or after I get a couple payouts, or after I got, after I passed more evaluations, got more PAs, and gotten some payouts. And then if the loss comes, I know I'm risking the account, and I'll just rebuild and restart again. And at the same time, I will be trading my typical strategy the rest of the day anyway. So I've got a good balance of things going on, and that's my game plan. Okay, so Alma says I will definitely look back. Cool, I appreciate that. I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting for anyone that is interested in this trade. I think it's interesting for anyone that's trading prop firms, and yeah, like my whole prop firm journey while I've been on YouTube is I've just been going slow and steady, just base hits, I'm happy to do it slowly and prove the concepts and prove my strategies are working. And that's why I'm keeping track of my stats. So I know what my win rate is, how many trades I've taken, how many losses, everything. And that's how I've found that I'm an 80% trader with my regular strategy. And now, with just the opening trade, I'm like easily a 98% trader. And we'll see where it goes, and yeah, Amma says that's good at first, $110 a day. Yeah. And actually it's funny. So on today's trade, when it went against me and I added a contract, typically I make $212 on this trade every day, on the 2 contracts. And so I should make $106 on 1 contract. Today I should have made more actually than this $110 or $106 after the commissions. Like I did here, I normally make 212. I trade for 22 ticks. Today I made 288 because I added 1 contract and got 1 additional scalp when it went against me. So you can see it here. My entry was right at the top of this bar. And then here you can see I bought 1 extra contract here and scalped came out of that extra contract here before I took the original 2 contracts off here. But on my PA account, I had my settings for the ratio for the number of contracts to copy to. It was at 0.5. So when I added a contract, it took 0.5 to mean 0. I guess because you can't have less than 1 contract. I really, it should have given me one contract because 0.5 you round up, but it didn't give me that extra add on the PA count. So I just got the normal scalp on that one, but I got the extra on the evaluations. Alma says, well, Alpine already spent about 10K in evals and activations this year, so gotta get those payouts and play with house money. That's the key. Yeah, Alma, that's the key. And like that's the whole ball game, right? So that's everything I'm working towards right now, like, is just baby steps. I want to secure a payout. I don't care if it's on the 15, on the 2,500 account first. I thought it was going to be on a 50K account first because, like I said, a week ago, Friday, I was in the hunt for my first payout on a 50K, and I thought my first payout would be a 2K payout. But I'm happy to get the 1,500 payout if that's what comes first, and then I'll be just barely in the red by, I don't know, $600, $700, $800, something like that. If I could follow up with a 2K payout after that, then I'm in the green, and then at that point, I could just start rolling these accounts. I very much am just looking at it very similar to how Alpine's doing it. So I'm not going to be afraid to blow up accounts, but I do want to lock in these payouts coming up, hopefully, before accounts get blown up. In any case, if any accounts get blown up, as you can see, I've always got accounts that I'm not trading at the same time. So on the opening trade, I will always have accounts that are not included, so that if I blow up the 4 accounts, I'll still have, an evaluation that's close to passing no matter what, and I'll still have another PA or 2 that are still in the game no matter what happens. So that's kind of how I'm doing things. And if I get a winner or loser, whatever happens on the opening trade, then I go to my regular system, and when I trade my regular system, I'm always trading one account at a time. So no matter what I do, I can't blow up any other times where I'm blowing up all my accounts at the same time. So there's always a game plan to always be in the game and not be starting from scratch, no matter what happens as I move forward here. So, all right. I'm on way longer than I usually try to be. It's already 10:45 here Pacific Standard Time, so it was at 1:45 Eastern. So I'm going to wrap it up here. I really appreciate you coming by and having this conversation with me. I feel like it was a really fun conversation to have, and I'm down to talk about all of this stuff as we move forward. Keep working on your opening trade as well as your ICT stuff, and I wish you nothing but success and profitability. And anyone else that's been stopping by new here, I'm going to do a review video. I do a review every day. So what I like to try to do is just make my review a really as concise version of my live stream as possible, and just hit on what the conversation was, hit on what trades I took, and just kind of do a review that's like 20 minutes or less usually. Sometimes it gets a little bit longer. But I'll try to just wrap it up. It'll be a lot of what I've already talked about. So if you were here for most of the live stream, you'll already have heard much of it. But it'll be a concise version. And in any case, I do that every day, and I show the markers of all my trades and what happened and everything. I'll go over the details of everything. But again, for anyone new here joining for the first time, checking me out, I appreciate the likes and subscribes. There have been some people that have been using my code recently, and I really do appreciate that. As I said, I'm not a profitable trader yet, and I've got no payouts yet. So any little what I call like rebates I get for anyone using my code is helpful to me. It's just very slowly helping to keep the cost down for new fees as I continue. So if you do decide to use my code, I appreciate it. If you have someone else's code that you'd rather use, I appreciate that. And just make sure you use the code. I don't care if you use mine or any other, but there's never a reason to pay full price for Apex accounts. So the 80% discount is going on through the end of the month, April 30th, which is coming up in 7 days. I guess it's a week from today. And the 1-day pass continues to the same day, as well as, I believe, half off resets. So everyone should know about that. And just make sure you use the code. I don't care what code you use. I do live stream every day. I start my live stream at 10 Eastern. So he's going to continue to not live stream the opening trade quite yet, but we'll see how Alpine maneuvers, what he decides to do. If like he's doing the regular thing where he's streaming but not showing his orders and where his entries are and not showing his position during the trade, then I'll do that, and I'll just start my stream in time to be started by the New York Open, and I'll just do it the same way he's doing it. I'll just let him take the lead, and I certainly don't want to do anything that's detrimental to the strategy, but I'm going to let him decide how he wants to play it, and I'll go from there. I'm certainly not going to be the one that wants to cause drama and make people feel some sort of way about showing it. So I'm not going to do anything more than he does as far as that trade goes. And for anyone that doesn't know, my typical strategy I refer to as the BS strategy. And what I do is I just start my day looking for different size tick charts. I work off of tick charts other than the opening trade. I use the 1 minute. But otherwise, the rest of the day, I trade off of tick charts, and I just look for different size tick charts where every single second entry on the chart works for my profit target. And if I find a chart that's working for every single time for my profit target, that's the chart I trade. And I usually try to find 3 or 4 of those, and I'll trade off of any of them. So whichever one gives me a setup, as long as some very that's the day chart, but as long as some very specific rules that I have in place for my trading aren't in effect, I'll take the trade. And if there's a reason to skip it, I'll skip it, but it's a pretty objective system for the most part, with a little bit of subjectivity involved, just based on my experience. And my risk management is I trade one account at a time other than the open trade. And if a chart gets a second entry that doesn't work, then I stop trading that chart. And when I run out of charts to trade, then I'm done for the day. And I think that about says it all. I'm showing all my accounts that are active. Well, I'm showing all of my Apex accounts regardless. My live account, it has like $90 in it, so I don't show that. I literally just pay data fees every month, and I do a flip trade and keep my live account going. And I actually use my live data feed, but you can see I also have Rhythmic connected as well. And yeah, so all of my Apex accounts are always showing. I don't show the account number. I don't know if that matters or not, but I'm just to be a little extra safe. And but I do show the account number as far as how many accounts I've had, how many PAs I've had, evaluations I've had, not hiding anything like that. I always show all my wins or losses. I always show all my P&L. I show all my stats. And just a key factor, these stats are for my Apex accounts. Every trade I take on Apex is here. Okay, so if I ever take a trade on an Apex account, it's in the stats. Now, today's a good example. Today I tried to take a trade and I wanted it to be on my Apex account, but I messed up my copier. I use a sim leader and copy to my Apex accounts just for ease of streaming, so that I'm not constantly having to hide my screen, because I don't want my full name being shown when my live account is shown when the pull down menu comes up to choose different accounts. So I came up with this system. I also like it because I can just have preset the number of contracts that each account is traded without having to change it each time in the chart trader. So that's really the only reason. It just makes it simple to be able to have one chart shown on YouTube. That way it's big enough to see. And so I use the sim leader and I copy to a Apex account of my choosing for each trade. And unfortunately, this trade I messed up. I left I left the leader on my copier from what I had, which was an Apex account. My leader on my Apex opening trade is account 36. So unfortunately, when I took this trade, I didn't change my replicanto to be a sim leader again. I left it on 36 to be the leader. And so when I took this trade, unfortunately, I took it on sim, but the replicanto wasn't set up to be the leader to copy to the Apex account. And it was a winning trade, but it didn't win on Apex accounts, which is why I bring it up. I did not include it in my win rate here. So even though I got a second win today, technically speaking, it wasn't on my Apex account, so I'm not recording the win in my stats, and that's how I'm treating those stats. So, all right, I think I've said it all. I really do. That's going to be the end of the stream here. I appreciate anyone that's new. I appreciate Ama, you joining me. Anyone else that wants to interact, I love it. I really do. It's just making my mornings way more interesting. I was a little bit distracted today. I won't lie, where I didn't take any other trades. I didn't even really look and see if there were any other trades I liked. Just looking real quick right now. Maybe, no. I guess this is interesting. If I count this as a new high, no, actually this would be the high. So I guess this would be first entry. Nothing ticked above. Maybe this would have been a trade for me in real time if I saw it. This is later than I'd normally be trading though anyway. So I probably wouldn't have taken any other trades at what I'm seeing. So it probably doesn't matter that I got into this conversation and was distracted. But yeah, I appreciate everyone that is choosing to comment, interact. Feel free to comment on my review videos or these live streams. I hope, I hope it's interesting. I hope you're getting something out of it, and certainly not looking to cause any further drama with the opening trade, just looking to take advantage of it for my own trading and not trying to teach it. But, if you pick something up and you can use it and make it yours and be profitable, good. I think that's what it's all about, right? So, yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Again, I won't live stream tomorrow. I'm going to try to check out what Alpine talked about today in his stream. And if for whatever reason it sounds like he's just going to continue doing the live stream and just not showing where his orders are, then yeah, maybe I'll start early tomorrow. I'll have to see. I still haven't figured out how to do the thing where it's like you schedule the live stream and then you can see and be notified when the live stream starts. Every time I've tried to do it, I've scheduled it, and then when I actually go to start the live stream, it's like I'm starting a new thing and it's not on the same pre-scheduled thing. So I gotta figure that out and maybe make some use of that. But either way, I'll definitely be on by 10 Eastern tomorrow. And if for whatever reason I think like I might as well just live stream the open trade and just not show my entries because that's what he's doing now, then maybe I'll do that starting tomorrow, or maybe the next day. We'll see. So anyway, I've definitely said it all. Thanks for joining me here, and I appreciate the likes and subscribes. And that's it for today. Have a good one. Hope you had a good trading day, and let's get that money. All right, I'm out.